isn't this shadcn? It's like black and white after all. So did you set it up already? The answer is no. Not everything that looks like this is shadcn. It just happens that the shadcn does follow this very minimal black and white style by default. So lots of people that are using shadcn end up with a site that really looks like that. So for example, this shadcn doesn't mean black and white. It does mean accessible and responsive components and all of that. It also doesn't mean, anyway, I will be covering this as the stream goes on. Because we'll only be talking further about shadcn later, I think we're going to be going into the auth flow. Of course, I'd be remiss not to mention that you can get all of the code for loot gobbling, the code we're doing today, the code for the Johnnify website, where you can subscribe to Johnnify Premium. By subscribing to Johnnify Premium, you automatically get an invite to the GitHub organization that has all the private repos that I create for the live streams. Accept that email and you're in. You're joining. You'll be in great company. You'll be joining 13 other people, I believe, today, which I appreciate doubly, triply, tenfold. I appreciate anyone spending time here. And hello Giuseppe in the chat. Yeah, it's finally going to be time for shadcn. It's happening. Only took 99 live streams, but we got there. All right. So I think this is going to be it. We'll also be recapping how to work with Turso, which is a very popular SQLite on the cloud solution. And my favorite when I go for SQLite, so maybe simpler projects. Supabase remains my favorite for other reasons. There's a use case for everything. And Supabase had their general availability week last week, I believe, very recently. So it's getting more and more popular. More and more big companies are releasing with Supabase in production. And I'm sure that's going to happen with Turso soon enough. But sometimes the power of Postgres, the database solution, cannot be surmounted. SQLite has things like full text search, for example, but lots of people nowadays want to work with vectors, similarity vectors, work with large language models, and for that, PG Vector, Postgres solutions seem to be more in the flavor of the week or month or year. Anyway, I won't be discussing this further unless you ask me, unless you request to discuss this further, but many apps with an SQLite database, you're completely fine, you're working, you have your authentication, you have your relationships, you have everything you ever wish. On Tuesday, next live stream, we'll be covering Supabase, which gives you that Postgres database, maybe easier real-time connections, for example. We'll see how that works. But let's add the timestamp here, so I'll remember to add it in the YouTube description quickly to get people around my chapters faster. And for Turso, to create a new database, I have a CLI that I have installed, so I can go to the terminal and say Turso db for database, create the name of the database that we want. So today, the project I'll be calling TSESS, maybe 3D TSESS, I was thinking. TSESS is going to be the name of the stack. So it's going to be the Turso SvelteKit edge, deployed on the edge, shadcn stack, TSESS. I don't know how I would be able to put in 3D there. Anyway, let me know. So I like creating at least a dev database and a production database, which is a huge thing with Turso and SQLite. You can easily create as many databases as you want, while with Supabase, it's less easy. Let's say it's trickier, maybe more expensive. But here you can nilly-willy create as many databases as you want. And I do have a dedicated database group for streams as well. So this one I am going to create on that database group. Right, create it. And then in order to actually log in to this database, I need a couple things. I need the database URL, and which can be public. So I'll just paste this command and see the public link. Here we go. And I will also need an authentication token. With SvelteKit, you have these .env, .local, .env files where you are able to paste in your secrets or your public variables that can change on local development, staging, and production. Paste them in here on every repository that I have. I also have a committed .env file, so you're able to see what environment variables you should be adding in there without making them public and leaking them to everyone on the internet. So we've got the database URL, so I will go off screen just because there may be some secrets there. To open my .env.local and set my DB URL to the one we just saw in the terminal, this one. And then, even the terminal, I'm gonna put it away for just a moment. And I'm gonna Turso DB tokens create the name of the database in the terminal. Then I'm gonna get a nice big token to paste in my .env.local. And I'm gonna close that file. Then I'm gonna clear this window, which sometimes does still show something. But the thing with creating the development database and putting it in the streams group, it allows me more easily to invalidate the tokens. If it does happen that someone does get to see it because I shared my screen a bit too eagerly, it's not going to be the end of the word. It's not going to be the end of the word. All right. So I filled this in my .env and .env.local. We have the database URL and the database auth token, which allows our Drizzle client, our libSQL client that Drizzle is going to be using to connect to that Turso database. Hello, sound. Looking from the middle of your walk in the park. Amazing. So I wish we were on the shadcn part, so I could make a joke that the accessible UI, accessible forms with shadcn is a walk in the park. Spinning up new databases with Turso is a walk in the park. We just did it in like 2 minutes. The hardest part was not sharing the authentication token here. So that was pretty good. Should have gone with that joke. And now that we have these files available, this environment variables available thanks to those files, we are able to connect to our database. So I'll mark this as complete. And then let's create our database adapter with Drizzle. That's also going to have a Lucia adapter for authentication as well. So we are in 1325 here, and I have two helpful links. I think I've already installed them because I've pasted this off the Loot Goblin project. And we'll be creating these secrets soon enough. All right, so first things first. We do have in lib source lib server, so SvelteKit is going to stop anything that is trying to import this client side. We have a db.ts, which creates a database client with libSQL using that db URL from our .env, or if they are available in the environment, in deployment, in Vercel, wherever you're deploying to, and the auth token. We have the Drizzle connection, great. What does Lucia say that they want? The thing with the Lucia docs as well, Lucia I have found is excellent, but you need to be able to navigate through the docs nicely, so that might be a bit tricky. They have a general, here's how it works with Drizzle guide. Here's an example of how to do Github OAuth with SvelteKit guide. But if you want to do multiple providers and magic email, you need to combine 3 guides together, or watch through the live streams that we've done or today's episode. So let's see where we yet. So we have this database connection with Drizzle, and then we need a Lucia file, which I just put in the auth directory, where I've essentially pasted in this part here, which exports the Lucia helper method we'll be using to generate auth tokens and validate cookies and sessions here, and also declares what's the Lucia user going to be looking like. The differences for us from that example is that you define, according to the database columns that you have, what user attributes you want to be exposed. And for us, it's going to be the user's email, the user's name, and the user's avatar URL. And we are creating an adapter, a Lucia adapter, by passing in the database connection with Drizzle and the sessions table and the users table. So those I haven't seen yet. I like having all of my SQLite schemas in the very well nested source lib server db schema. And for now, I just have the auth schema here according to that example that we have here, the sessions table and the users table, but extended because I know we're going to be using multiple providers and emails by the end of this stream. So the users table actually has the user ID, which is just like having it be a UUID. You can use other libraries that create like CUIDs or UUID before or whatever else. This is how I do it. This crypto package is available on the edge, including Vercel edge. So it's not going to be a problem to deploy this. An email column, the name column, the avatar URL, and an email verified. So those fields are in those other examples, but it is important when you're doing magic links because you will be creating the user no matter what type of email that user is sending in your UI, is claiming that they have in your UI. And unless they click that link, you should assume that they haven't verified or they don't own that email. Once they click the link in the email that you sent, then you convert this boolean to true. And what else are we doing? The sessions table is exactly the same as the example given. Maybe the capitalization is different because I think at some point they did have a capitalization problem. Do they have it now? No, it's correct. It's perfect. Great. Then we have a separate table to map the provider, like GitHub or Google, to a user, which also allows for a user to log in with Google and GitHub, multiple providers as well. That's the provider ID, which is an enum. Here I've already defined the provider IDs as GitHub and Google. You can only use GitHub, you can only use Google, you can use like Discord. There are main providers for you to choose from. I am going to leave this starter repo pretty much bare bones, so you'll be able to adapt it to your needs. And this is rare because I love building real apps that I maintain for quite a while. But for now, preparing for the 100th stream, I figured just this once, I'll just make like a simple app that you can log in. So use that one if you want to get started fast. Anyway, we'll be doing GitHub for now, but I'll leave Google in because I think we may be able to get it in this episode. And the other thing, the verifications code table, is for magic link logins. We've talked a little bit about this in the stream where we did the magic link logins. How these magic links actually work. Pretty much they have embedded a verification code, which you'll need to store in a database to verify that this person did correctly go by to that callback endpoint of yours with a correct verification code that they didn't just guess, and they couldn't guess it because it's 32 characters long. And mobile text SMS type of auth, mobile logins work pretty much the same, although usually for mobile, just to have it be more convenient for people, you use fewer digits. but it's a bit less secure. Anyway, that's by the by. That's why even for mobile companies like Monzo, they have you log in via magic link, and then their app validates the code instead of you having to paste like 12348888 or something, which is theoretically guessable. Anyway, that's by the by. All of these you can follow like 3 docs from Lucia auth and copy paste yourself. The point is, with all of that, we also have a Lucia adapter which knows that it has a Drizzle database connection with this specific sessions table and this specific users table. The providers and the authentication codes, all of that is going to be used later in this episode. Lucia at this moment only cares about the sessions table and the users table. That's what's going to be used to set and validate cookies that the users have. And so I think we've talked about this enough. The thing is that now that we do have this database schema, this auth schema, how do we make our Turso database actually have it? And the answer is with migrations. So let's say 21 here. The one thing I don't particularly like with Drizzle is that they have this. The nice thing is that according to the schema that you've provided with your exported tables defined like this, Drizzle is able to do some magic to understand what your database schema should be. And they have a few ways to sync up your local database or your production database even with a CLI command with their Drizzle ORM, SvelteKit CLI tool. But the push solution is kind of flaky, and their migration solution does work, but I don't think they have any commands for running down migrations. Usually, if you're familiar with database migrations, every migration defines this is how you get there. So you create a new table, it has these columns, it has these keys, great, but you should have a way to run back this migration, roll it back. I didn't like these database schemas. It broke my app. I want to roll back. As far as I know, at the moment, Drizzle doesn't offer this, which is essential for production for some people. So yeah, get it right the first time, I guess. This is a reason why you could work with a local database and don't do any migrations until you have confirmed this is the database schema you want, and only then create a migration and run the migration. But it's a bit squirrely, I'll give them that. Anyway, they do have this tool, and I do have the necessary packages and the command to generate the migrations for SQLite database. So let's see what we end up with. With fail. I think I need to define them in a .env as well, unfortunately, which is not that unfortunate. This means I need to put things off screen for just a moment. Even though I am using .env flow, it just seems that it refuses to read my .env.local. It always wants to read my .env. Alright, let's see if that goes any better. Yeah. Alright, so migration created. Let's go back and see how that migration looks. The wandering life current migrations. I'm also it always freaks me out a little bit that the order of operations for creating the tables is not as you'd expect. So first it creates the provider's users table, which has a foreign key relationship to both the provider's table and the users table, but maybe it runs them out of order. Anyway, something that kind of creeps me out a little bit. But this looks fine. we're creating the users table, the most important one, with the ID, email name, avatar URL, email verified. Son says, hoping we reach the point where I bring in the Drizzle CRUD methods. Although you're using Prisma, because that's where you're stuck at the moment. I think we did the CRUD part in the last episode or the last episode. I don't think we'll get to CRUD today, but maybe if we're fast enough. I think it will take a few hours, today's episode. We'll see. Whether bringing them in as named actions or as their own separate endpoint TypeScript complains. I hate it when TypeScript complains, that's for sure. And the thing with TypeScript is that the past like 2-3 years, whenever it complains, it's because I did something wrong. But yeah, make sure to check. I think I literally put CRUD in the title, so it's going to be one of those episodes. Anyway, we have the users table, we have the sessions table, which is pretty much copy pasted from what Lucia says, so this should be fine. And this is the only one that you may want to have more flavor in. Like maybe you don't want to store the user's name, maybe you want the username, for example, a handle, something else. This is the one to double check if you got it correctly. And now that we have the migration, we can actually run it. And I have an package.json command that aliases running a local script. Let's have a look at the local script. It just runs this file that I've created, which uses the Drizzle ORM migrator method to run any migration that's in the folder that I've specified here. So nothing too crazy. I think it took us like a few minutes to get this running the time we did it. But let's see if it actually works. Migration is complete. And let's ask what's the SQL to see all tables in an SQLite database. Oh, there's a tables command. Let's see. So Turso has a DB cell to get into any database that you want. And we want to get into the TSESS dev database. And apparently there is a tables command. And we can see that we have the magic Drizzle migrations private table that Drizzle is using to keep track of which migrations you've run or not. We've got the providers users, the sessions, the users, and the verifications codes. So it does feel like this migration has indeed run perfectly. And well done, GitHub Copilot, by telling me not just the answer to my question, which they did here, but also you may want, very gracefully saying that if that's what you want, you may want to use this helper method as well. That was kind of neat. That's pretty neat. Cool. So the tables are set. Now that we have that, we can create a hook, which is code that will be running first behind every request to our app. SvelteKit runs the hook right as a request comes to our app. So no matter which URL we're going to, no matter if it's a post request or an options request or a get request or whatever else, whatever we have in the hooks file is going to be running. And what Lucia wants us to do in the hook I guess it uses the same one that we have here. It's this one. We got it, the hooks file. So let's just copy paste this one and go through it. So SvelteKit will run anything we put in source hooks.ts, hooks.server.ts for our server only hook, and we need to find the correct place to import Lucia. We've nested it deeper than in the example. And that's it, really. And my backup code, I guess it just has a better comment for this. Interesting, just saving made the TypeScript change their mind. It happens sometimes. Right, so what is this doing? TypeScript will run everything you export as a handle in your hooks.server.ts server side on every request. And what we're doing is get the session cookie, really, here. If there is no session cookie, then we put no user in the locals, no session in the locals, and then move on with our lives, move on with our request. But if there is, then we need to validate that cookie and extract, like decrypt, whatever you want to call it, decode the actual session and the user themselves from it. And then if we do get a valid session, a fresh session, then we need to create a proper session cookie, which we need to set to work across the whole of our app. I think if we did the dot, then it would be in subpaths in our app, but with slash, it would work anywhere in our app. I'm not sure why they're doing the current director one, current path one. So that's why I'm changing it to slash versus the example. And I also have a different comment here to say that what they're trying to say here is that in examples with other frameworks, they just do this. They just pass in, they just set the cookie by passing in all these attributes of the session cookie here. But SvelteKit specifically, maybe for version 2, because they changed how setting the cookies works, they have you to explicitly define the path. You cannot have this be undefined. This has TypeScript complain, and this one, this attributes object, sometimes has an undefined path. So that's why it's complaining. Right, so hey, TypeScript is complaining again. Do I need to save harder? Maybe. If there is no session, then we are essentially deleting the existing session cookie by creating a blank session cookie that expires immediately. That's the way you delete cookies, which is kind of confusing, but it's how it is. But in the end of all of that, then we're putting in the locals the user we've successfully decoded and the session we've successfully decoded, and it can be used elsewhere in our app. Great. So with that hook checking every request, our app still works, but our user doesn't have any way to log in because we haven't implemented anything in the login page. So let's take a sip of coffee, I think, and move on to doing the ugly UI. I wouldn't call it ugly in their face. Just no shadcn, no nothing. Like I'll even resign myself from using Tailwind CSS classes. I will just put a default button, and that's about it. And I will be doing it now. This is the start. This is the start time for the first one, but this is the end time for the other one. Anyway, let's say we're about to create the UI to log people in, and then we'll be taking a short break to actually create the credentials that we need with GitHub in order to get them through a login with GitHub flow, and then we'll have a look at the backend logic to validate that the user has gone to GitHub, they've clicked the correct buttons, and they're back to our app. But it all starts with a nice UI. So the login route, you'll have seen before, we've done many times with SvelteKit. It's source, routes, and then reflect the path that you want in the directory structure. So in the login, if we want this to be /login, we need a plus page.svelte, which has the UI that we want. We are also doing some magic to add some meta tags here to change the title, for example, and the meta description and that sort of thing. But for now, we're only interested in the UI. And here where it says to do implement GitHub login, we want to have a button that logs you in with GitHub. But in order for that button to properly log you in, it needs to be inside a form. A reason I love SvelteKit is how well they're working with vanilla HTML forms, HTML semantics. They will stand the test of time. So if I just want a button saying continue with GitHub, and I won't even make it obvious that this is a button for today. Let's have a look. So shadcn, they have like a dedication example. It says they just have the name of the provider and the icon, which happens to be GitHub as well. So it's good for them. Maybe we should just say GitHub. Anyway, this is going to be a post form because it's going to mutate things, it's going to change the state, it's going to do stuff. These types of forms should be post forms, not get forms, which are the default. HTTP verbs get and post are the only ones you should be concerned about. Maybe to pass an interview, you'd need to know update and patch and delete. But for real life usage with get and post, you are fine as it comes to HTTP verbs. And if you make this argument to someone and they ask you about what about this or that, tell them, what about space jam? Do you know that's a verb? Johnny knows that's a verb, but they don't show off because no one uses it. And I even know why it's the spec of why it should be used, how it's defined to be used. Anyway, by the by, it's by the by. We have this post method with this button here, and we don't really need to add anything else, but we do know that in this very episode, we will have two forms in this page. We will have a social provider login form or login with email. I guess kind of like how shadcn shows here, maybe the other way around. We'll be doing something like this. So we'll have all the providers flow with their own form and a magic link login form. In SvelteKit, if you have the one form in a page, you can not name it and have a default handle for it, and that's it. But if you have more than one, then you need to name them because they're going to be doing something separate. So this one, we are going to name, let's say, provider, because it's a provider login. Or social login makes more sense. Let's say this is a social handler. And then we know that we'll have like a continue with Google as well. Example soon. I am gonna quickly do some flexing here. just so I'll be able to click the correct thing. And I don't need any hidden inputs, no hidden anything. You can work with a button as if it's an input by giving it a name, and I can give it the name of provider and a value, and I'll give this the value of GitHub, and I'll do the name check with the other button too, but the value of this one is going to be Google. The thing with buttons, which when a button is in a form, it's by default a submit button. So the thing with submit buttons, they will only fill in their value for the name that they have if they're clicked. So when I click the GitHub one, my provider value is going to be GitHub. When I click the Google one, the provider value is going to be Google. And I think that's the best way to work with looking in with multiple providers without having like a million forms, one for each, without having any separate handlers that say check which button the user has clicked and then change the hidden input or whatever. This is how you're supposed to work with multiple providers, nice and easy. So what happens when the user actually clicks one of these buttons? Well, now an error happens because we haven't defined a handler for this. So the SvelteKit happily tells us that we messed up. What we want, was this the UI? Mostly talking about Space Jam, I guess so. I guess that's what happens when you're bringing in shadcn later, and not worrying about the UI too much. So now we don't go to the backend. Why did I decide to do this? Because we need to fill in those GitHub environment variables, as they say in the Lucia tutorial here. Yes. Here. So we want these two. How do you get these two? In your organization or your own developer settings, you have a developer settings in your settings section or your organization's settings section. You have a developer settings and an auth apps directory. And you can see this is where I've defined Johnnify and Loot Goblin auth apps, and I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to call it TSESS dev. And the homepage URL is going to be localhost. Is it going to be localhost? I guess so. It's going to be this. Optional. Whatever it means. Let's fill this in. And the callback URL, we define what this is. It makes sense to have it be something like /auth provider and then the ID of the provider. In these docs, they're saying put it in a login GitHub plus server.js, but I don't like that. GitHub callback. Don't like that either. So what about auth callback and then the provider ID, so GitHub. So that's where they should be coming back with their codes and cookies and all of the things that we want to validate. So that should be the callback URL, auth callback GitHub, and we'll magically capture the GitHub part as a variable. So this can be Google or Discord or whatever provider we support, and not have to define different server handlers for everyone, just one that works for everything. So that should get us an application. This is public, which is fine, but then we're gonna need to generate a new secret. No logo for now. Great. So let's slide this here. And as usual, let's also slide my code. And open my .env.local and my public GitHub client ID. I'm gonna paste it in, and then generate a new client secret. Needs an authentication code. With one password. This may take a while. But we'll get there. Verified. Secret generated. Go to the code. Paste it in. Close this file. Refresh this page so we won't be able to see it again. Or just close this page, really. Bring that window back in. Great. So we have our GitHub credentials created. It's all well and good. What do we need to do next? We need to do the backend login. So again, we have these two guides here. I'm just looking at them. Eventually, we want two things. We want to get the user first to GitHub, and then once they click authorize on GitHub, we want to validate that they have indeed clicked authorize, the cookies are correct, and all of that. So how are we going to do that? We're not going to do exactly what this is here, because we're going to use forms. So on the login page, they click the form that's named social, and they click continue with GitHub. So on its sibling server page, server.ts, we want to export a named action. Great. And we want to export an action named social. Great. And what we want to do in there is eventually redirect them, as they suggest here, to GitHub. So everything I have here, generate state, we get from the Arctic library. The GitHub client we're going to create soon enough. The cookies we're going to get from the event that SvelteKit provides for us. Sorry. All of this is the event. Cookies is inside here. So just use that. And then bring in the redirect helper from SvelteKit as well. All we need is to create this. So have I already created this? I think the answer is going to be yes. Let's see. In my lib server db auth providers have indeed created a GitHub client, as I see in the examples, passing in the GitHub client ID and the GitHub client secret. I paste it in my .env.local off screen, and I'll definitely not forget to paste in Vercel once I'm done here. It will work first time. So let's bring that in as well. And all of this, what all of this doing is setting a cookie that we're gonna get later to validate there weren't any cheeky, malicious, third-party, man-in-the-middle, copy-paste, whatever. There are various attack vectors for security that we counter against by setting a quick cookie here before sending them to GitHub for them to be sent back to our app with a code. Just to double check that it's the same person in the same device that went to GitHub here, instead of like copying this URL. Maybe someone logged the URL with network traffic and they went there first and pressed the buttons. Who knows? It's for security. Anyway, this article library creates the GitHub URL that we should be going to in order to fulfill the auth to flow. That's where we're directing the user to. So if my calculations are correct, and they always are, if I click this button, I should see the GitHub login screen. So did I name the form something something different? Is one of my questions. Did I actually press this? Yeah. So instead of name, this should be action, because that's how SvelteKit works. And now you get the GitHub screen. So if you were shouting here, it's like, why did he name the form name? It's because sometimes I'm a complete muppet. So the name of the forms, you give them in the action parameter, obviously, because that's how vanilla HTTP forms work. You specify the URL of the action there, like the name of the form is like a SvelteKit thing. Anyway, they make it to the GitHub screen, and it is indeed for the correct app, the one we've just created. They recognize this with the provider ID, the GitHub ID. What is the client ID? And they've created the correct link and the correct codes and the correct things thanks to the secret hashing things, salting things. I'm not even sure what this library is doing, but that's the point. You have these libraries that take care of creating the correct URL for redirecting, so you don't have to. And then when we click authorize, we're going to go back to wherever we've specified as a callback URL, because we didn't provide a different one. So we're going to get back, in our case, to source routes auth callback provider ID with magic brackets here to capture whether it's GitHub. In this case, it is going to be GitHub, or Google, which it's going to be later. And then we have like tons of code, and only some of it is going to be similar to what is here, which I guess is still quite a lot, to be honest. So maybe it's not that much, but I will go through it just instead of creating on the fly. If you want me to go, if you want to go through with me, watch the Loot Goblin episodes. I think it was just the one episode, maybe two episodes, two live streams where we went through this. We started with GitHub and then made it more generic to accommodate for any provider. And then made it work with Google specifically as well. So first, we validate whether this magic parameter, that could be anything, is indeed. So let's press cancel. Let's see where we go. Just somewhere with an error. Fair enough. Nor auth error page. I'll look at that one eventually. Anyway. Clicking here eventually makes us end up in auth callback GitHub. If we were to go somewhere else, then we get this message, whatever, it's not unavailable, login provider, fair enough. Or Discord, or anything if someone is trying to do something naughty with any possible provider. Only GitHub and Google will be valid. And I will drop Google if I don't actually make it work by the end of the stream. Anyway, what is going to happen there? We validate this is either Google or GitHub. Then it gets the code that GitHub has put in, or the auth provider has put in, and the state that the auth provider has put, as well as the cookie that we've created here. So I guess this should be auth state, actually, because we've made it generic. So we're going to get that cookie back and validate whether GitHub doesn't need this one, but Google does. That's why we have a stored code verifier actually here. And should we pass in nothing? Let's look at Loot Goblin. See what we do there. So in our action, we generate the state and just generate the code verifier, which we will need. Hello, Christian in the chat as well. Great to see you. For the Google login and other provider login, you do need the code verifier here. That's why we're putting it in the cookies. And we started late today, but we started and we have a long way to go. Make this consistent. So we're taking, hello Storm Chaser, how are you doing? Thanks for joining up as well. Right, so we get those two cookies. If you don't have a code from GitHub or Google or wherever, or state, or the stored state and the stored code verifier we've put in the cookies, or the state that the provider put back is not the state we expected that we put in the cookies ourselves, then we error out and we say, if you can have bad parameters, you're probably trying to do something naughty, or you were doing a live stream and it took you like 20 minutes to actually go through and press the authorize button, so your cookies have expired. Great question from Kristen. Thoughts on Lucia, Turso, and Drizzle versus Supabase? So this is stream number 99. Stream number 100, we're gonna do Supabase with SvelteKit and shadcn and auth and all of that. So of course, Supabase has been an old favorite for the past 2 years, I'd say, and it's picking up even more traction now. The big difference is that it's an all-in-one solution for sure, like out of the box, like off the cuff. It's an all-in-one solution, more similar to Firebase, and trying to hit up on Firebase, kind of dropping the ball on a few parameters there. So it does the auth for you without you having to set up all these extra adapters like Lucia, for example. It does the storage for you without you having to set up S3 buckets by yourself. It does a lot of things, and it also gives you a Postgres database as well, which is the most robust database solution. No one was ever fired by going with Postgres. Super dependable, can do a lot of things, very popular in the moment when you're doing things with large language models, with pgvector, trying to do the similarity search and all of that. But there is a case for SQLite for most projects, I'd say 99% of projects. So that's the beauty of Turso. I've mentioned before in the stream, we've just spun up a dev database with Turso. That's kind of hard to do or expensive to do with Supabase. So there are drawbacks and advantages, like always, but I'll do better prepared and more coherent thoughts after we use it on Tuesday, because it's been a while since we've done it on stream. I have used it offline for real work. Well, offline for real work. That's the way these codes go. So I am familiar with it still, the current version of Supabase, but I'm keen to explore it live and have like fresh thoughts and ask people in the chat how they think things are different as well. Hello, Mike. Thanks for joining the chat, and I appreciate the kind comments for sure. I appreciate you. That's amazing. We'll keep with SvelteKit. So yeah, we're trying to provide and expose different solutions, but the meta framework solution remains SvelteKit for now. Maybe we'll do Astro, maybe we'll do Nexus in the future, just to see what the other options are, just to see some nice ideas. Maybe we'll steal for the future, but we keep doing SvelteKit for sure. So Tuesday, it's gonna be Supabase with SvelteKit for sure. Right, so no Supabase today, so we need to do the auth stuff ourselves instead of just calling like Supabase auth sign-in user, sign-in with provider. So what is this actually doing? If all of these parameters from cookies and the search params are good, then we actually validate the authorization. Mike hates Supabase, not transaction API. Is that true? So transactions is when you want to run some statements in sequence. So commonly, if you're going to charge a user for something, you'd want to change the database records for whatever reason, and only then subtract some currency from their account, for example. But if it fails, then you don't want that to happen. If one part of your operations of your statements fail, you want to roll that back. So transactions are essential for sure, 100%. And I have gone around this by using RPC, I believe, for this. But of course, you'd rather just do it here. We've done transactions with Drizzle as well. And I guess maybe that's a reason that lots of people are telling me they're using Supabase with Drizzle as well. Maybe because they have the direct Postgres connection and they run transactions like that. So that's maybe that's why they're doing it, because that'd be huge. I didn't know that they don't have transactions. So that's definitely something to look into. Drizzle Supabase. Hello, Pilcrow in the chat. Lovely Fox avatar, if I can see it correctly as well. Amazing. But right. Transactions, essential for sure. You need a way to get around that if you're going to be using Supabase and they don't just have a begin transaction solution. I think RPCs are the way I do it. And it's cool that the TypeScript generator, type generator function that they have does take into account what RPC methods you've created. And the problem with Drizzle is, Supabase does its own magic with row level security and stuff. And then how do you define those in Drizzle? Yeah, tricky for sure. So for the examples we've been doing here, no RLS, we have to do the classic of check that the user is the one that has permissions and owns like this record if you want to delete or update it or do whatever with it. While with row level security, you can have that rule, stay there and have like extreme confidence. Well, it's literally impossible for anyone else to do it. But we'll probably discuss this further on Tuesday. We'll definitely be talking a lot about row level security, and I will be investigating until then to see how do you connect Drizzle with Supabase anyway, how do you get around their authentication stuff. And I don't know, it surely has, Drizzle surely has a direct connection to the Postgres database, and Postgres supports transactions. So I can only imagine that it will work. I can only imagine. The things that are unlikely to work is the migrations that Drizzle creates. But in that case, you would be using Supabase migrations as well. So I'm not sure. I will be researching this by Tuesday's time and be back and see what we'll get at. All right. So at this point, the provider ID in this case of this example is going to be GitHub, and we have this helper method that validates the authorization code, which accounts for GitHub or Google. So if you were beginning from this project, you'd be adding the cases that you want here. You'd be adding all the providers that you want in that array we've shown before. So if you just want GitHub, you just do this one. Full stack is fun, but it seems so stressful. Yeah, it can be. Analysis paralysis is a big problem with that. And when you have both the front and the back end of the stack to worry about what's the best solution and what should I be using for this tool, when there are a million tools for each part of the stack, then it's very common to get analysis paralysis and not enjoy yourself. So maybe that's why we're doing the live stream, so we can use those tools and then get my general opinion on things and then be like, oh yeah, sure, John likes it, let's go with that one. Right, so we will keep accounting for GitHub and Google because we will likely be doing Google as well in this episode. In the case of GitHub, we only need to validate the authorization code. It doesn't need that extra code verifier that Google and other providers need. That's why they don't have it in the example that we copy pasted from. But in either case, what you do get back is an access token, and with that access token we get the user this corresponds to. In the Google case, we hit the Google API to get the user's ID, I call it sub in auth 2 settings, the name, email, the avatar URL, which they call picture, and whether the email is verified. Is Turso humble as Supabase? No. If there is anything about Supabase is that they're not humble, but you know, they're kind of cheeky, funny about it. So you may notice in their example code here, it's like, oh, running this generate migration command. It's creating this migration called better than Prisma SQL. What's that about? In their testimonial section, they have things like, I should have used Prisma and stuff. And Django had it in 2008. So a few self-burns as well. It's humorous. It's cheeky, I would say. But the community is nice and humble. That's for sure. I like this part about it. Drizzle is an ORM, so we're using it now to create our database schema and create our connections and run our queries and transactions and all of that. And I'm trying to look at the schema, for example. What we have. There are solutions like auth.js, for example, that has a nice file you can copy and paste to work with Drizzle, and they have like kind of weird opinions about what your users table should be called and stuff like that. So maybe they're like, oh, this should be like camel cased, or this is underscore cased, or this is like kebab cased, whatever. But the thing with Drizzle is that when it reads, it will magically alias the rows, the columns of the rows, into whatever you define in this object. So that's really cool. You can have the best of both worlds, the conventions of both worlds. In SQL, in databases, you usually use the underscores here, but in JavaScript, you do the camel case here. Small little things that I appreciate that Drizzle does for us. Mike says Drizzle is the GigaChat of ORM. Yes, more likely. Closer to GigaChat versus Humble. Right, so once we validated that they have indeed confirmed with Google, we do fetch their profile from the API of that provider. So I do have a custom case of how we fetch the Google user and a custom case of how we fetch the GitHub user. But because the GitHub profile doesn't actually show you whether the email of the user is verified, I think it has to be verified, but I'm not sure. I also do another API call to check whether the email is verified, which is important when you're trying to merge accounts of a user that has logged in both with Magic Email and GitHub. So that's what that method does. And if we check to see, do we have already a user in a database based on the ID that we got here? The answer is yes. Then we just set a cookie and that user is logged in and they move into their lives. If we don't have the user in the database, then first we check, do we have that user by another account, thanks to having them with another provider, for example. And if we have them, if they have logged in with a different provider, then we say, oh, this user is actually now also authorized to log in with GitHub. So if they've logged in with Google in this case, or else we create a brand new user in our database. And then we set a cookie to say, after we've created the user in the database, we say, all right, you're validated, you move on with your life. and that's it. So some questions in the chat. Storm Chaser, you're currently building your startup in SvelteKit. That's awesome. Nice to be in the stream. It kind of feels like we're going together. That's how I feel. Amazing. It's a big reason why I do these streams live, because it's nicer to have people looking over my shoulder, giving suggestions and asking things as I code. Keeps me company. I love it. So some questions from Mike. Are we using go to some URL invalidate all true? Not in this case, because in this case we are going into just a server only route. So we haven't mounted the client side router. We're doing old school server validation. So everything is invalidated, really. They haven't loaded anything. No layouts have been loaded, no nothing. Because no UI is rendered. So the layouts are not rendered. Invalidate all true if it's good practice. Depends on your use case. Depending on how much data you're loading, maybe you'll be wasting bandwidth, maybe you'll be making your speeds too low. But caching validation is the hardest problem in engineering. So if it solves your problem of your users are looking at stale data, then maybe it's worth it. Is loading all DB data in layout server a good practice? I'd say no. It depends on what you mean with all DB data. You should be loading all data that layout is going to be needing. So if that layout just has the header, maybe just the data for the header according to what you have there. So if you have the name of the user or how many followers they have or something like that, then sure, load that. But if one of the pages they can go to also has their tweet count, I don't know what app you're building, you shouldn't be loading that data in the layout. You should be loading that data, like page specific data, you should be loading in that specific page, not in the layout, I'd say. And on the invalidate all method, it kind of makes it into a WebSocket experience. That's kind of correct. So do we have an example of that? But a good way, like a decent way to do real time for sleep, even if you don't have a server-based subscription, for example, would be to just set a timeout to invalidate all every minute. And then you're like, oh, this is live data on this dashboard. And you've done it. And the cost is that you are refetching that data every minute. But maybe with some caching elsewhere, you'd be able to get around that. So I guess that's a use case where someone could say that it's a performance bottleneck, that every minute, no matter if the data has changed or not, you're just refetching it. But I think it solves the problem of the user wants to see what they think is a real-time dashboard that updates, and they do, so win. So it can solve your problem. I'd imagine it won't be a bottleneck for most apps according to their amount of users. As always, it depends. And I forgot to say, Storm Chaser, Drizzle, Lucia, and Neon, which is what Vercel has also picked up as their Postgres partner as well. Neon is cool, for sure. So I've talked about a few things in this page. Essentially, if the code is correct, if they are a valid user, clicking the button and going through the flow. Another question from Mike, do you use store or just directly deliver data from load via props? And no story is required. Keep asking questions. And hello, Andrea, in the chat as well. This is what we're for, questions and answers. I do my best to have everything in load methods. There are a few use cases where I just do things client side. And I guess that may be a point of contention with shadcn in the future. We'll see. We've used Melt UI in the past, and they do like using client-side stores and state on the client quite a lot, while I prefer using server-side work load methods, and even like for pagination or queries, Like I rather have in the URL something that says I'm in this page. But it seems that MeltUI is trying to keep that state on the client, which is fair enough. It's a different approach. But for me, for sure, I prefer return everything in load methods and having the server know all of this stuff. Have more work to do on the server and less work on the client. Also helps now that we are transitioning to Svelte 5, because a lot of the breaking changes with Svelte 5 or runes are only needed if you have client-side state. So you won't need to migrate if you don't do anything client-side. And yeah, I haven't tried shadcn itself, but I've used MeltUI, which uses it there. And I think after changing it dramatically, I was able to get it working for me. But at that point, I was like, why not just create my own component there? So we'll see how it works. Right, so I've talked about that stuff. We're saying that if everything happens correctly, we've set a cookie and eventually we redirect the person to the dashboard, which is not a route that we have yet. So maybe just quickly create that one. Just get something nice. We made it to the dashboard. So let's see. Was all my token for something? If I do click this button, I make it to the GitHub page. If I click here, I should go to that server callback handler, validate, and be redirected to the dashboard page. Let's see. Right. Unexpected error. Create an validated user. Close enough. Emails find is not a function. Emails find, you're saying. So this emails response returned nothing? Is that what they're claiming? Did we not ask for emails read? Scopes, what is the scopes? Did we need to pass in scopes here? I guess so. I guess that's the answer. So that's the one we were missing. That's in the other app. Yes. So we did copy paste this, but we need to add that scope because we are second something. So let's try that again. On the big screen. So I guess this returns nothing. Maybe not. Ah, of course, DB users repo. I haven't created this anywhere, unfortunately. So we're using some methods that are talking to our database here, but I missed this. But this users repo is not actually in the locals just well. Question from Mike. Is Cloudflare better than Vercel when it comes to SvelteKit project? I wouldn't say better, it's different. It's very popular amongst SvelteKit aficionados, for sure. Maybe it's cheaper, but it was popular with SvelteKit when the start of SvelteKit as well. But then Rich Harris, key person of Svelte, went on to work with Vercel. So you can only imagine the best support for SvelteKit will be in Vercel. But, you know, who knows? The community is much bigger than just Rich themselves as well, of course. So he'll always be at the center. But it doesn't mean that just because Rich works in Vercel, the Vercel option will be the best. But I'd say they'd be at least equal to anything else. Right, so this user repo, what's this about? I claim in our app.ts that in the locals we put the user and the session. That does work even if we go through the Lucia docs. But I'm also claiming we're putting in a user repo that implements a user repo interface that does things that we will need for authentication for sure. But I'm claiming this happens, but this never happens because what I was doing, where I was doing that in the other app is in the hooks.server.ts file, which we just wrote from scratch now, so it doesn't exist. So I think at this point I should be able, maybe not. I will bring in the sequence helper method that SvelteKit has and say that I want to run the auth handle first. Instead of exporting a handle here, I'm going to call this our auth handle. So just to separate the logic, you can even have this in a different file. And our handle method that SvelteKit is going to run in every request is going to be a sequence of other handle methods. One of them being the auth handle, and the other one I want to have is the dependency injection one, the one I call dependency injection, I guess. So the way I do this dependency injection in JavaScript and SvelteKit specifically. Which is just putting stuff in the locals. So I'll just copy this thing. Dependency injection handle, it's going to be another handle, and I'm going to put the users repo in the locals, importing this DB implementations of the user repo and just return. And after auth is done, I'll just run this handle, and now finally we should be good to go. Let's see. It's just gonna work now. Indeed it does. We made it to the dashboard. What's the difference between old way RESTful API versus SvelteKit action with a user enhance? So way different. RESTful API is usually how you do CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete operations. You say you have a resource like posts, and then if you use a particular HTTP verb to the post route or post/ID, then something happens in your database. You either create a new record, update an existing record, delete a record, patch a record, whatever. And you can recreate that with SvelteKit, but it doesn't really have anything to do with form actions themselves. And the locals in the server, you shouldn't be exposing to the client, that's for sure. Some of them, I guess, you can expose, but expose with caution. Things like the users repo that I have here, that is a direct connection to my database, I would definitely not expose to the client because it has the secret username and password that allows the database connection to happen. And if it makes it to the client, it gets leaked. A malicious party checking out our app would be able to see and connect to our database and do naughty things. So definitely do not do that. I just find this handy way. So we talked about Cloudflare. We're doing Cloudflare Cloudinary images, and you can use Cloudflare images or you can use S3 images. So what we're doing in the other app, we had like an images repo defined in the locals, and then we could switch from Cloudinary to a different provider just by switching this line, I guess, here, instead of importing the Cloudinary solution in various places and then having to change all of them. Right, so somehow we made it to the dashboard. And to go through the journey again, I guess we'd need a logout button. So this took a while. But it's done. And I'm saying here, let's make a dashboard page, but should I just have like a logout? Who knows? Maybe not, because we do want to make it to install in shadcn at some point. Let's say we're logged in. We're logged in forever. Let's see. In their examples, I guess they do have a dashboard, but something to think about with shadcn is not that it automatically makes your app look awesome. It makes it look pretty good, but the code to make that happen is quite a lot. So if I manage to go into the correct place, source lead components donk, the dashboard example, dashboard page, you can see that's quite a lot of HTML, and they're still using even more components that they have defined here. So it's not as easy as copy pasting something and then you're done. So we won't exactly be making this for our dashboard because it's going to be quite a lot of work that I will probably do offline, because you know how I get into the CSS parts. And so don't get shadcn expecting magic. You'll still need to do quite a lot of work, but you'll end up with something quite nice for sure. So what am I claiming? I did create a dashboard page, I guess, before. So the question is, do I just want to keep it as this? Let's say something to prove that we're logged in. So in here, dashboard page, let's give it a page.server.ts as well. because that's how we do the metadata. Just gonna update this. And in here, instead of having essentially nothing, let's see what we have in the about page actually. We have quite a lot. I guess all we want is the page title. And then, just to prove we're logged in, maybe we can say, like, hello Johnny. Hello display name. But we have this settings page. We haven't danced. We'll be creating it soon. So in here, I'm checking whether I have the session in the locals, and if so, which is the case now, I have a link to the settings page. I'll just have a link to the dashboard page. That's easier. This is the thing we're creating now. And I can say, hello, page store. This doesn't want to be magically imported. Needs to be convinced. And it's going to have the session in the data, which has a user ID, for example. So it's this guy. So Christian Cabrera for ShatCN says, have a look at blocks. So they do have the new like lift mode as well. I guess it has like this whole thing, but then we need to install like a million ShatCN components, right? And they also have this cool thing where you can just copy paste a little part. So you can copy paste just this orders table or this stats table. And then what do you get? You get like this. Which is not that bad. We'll definitely be doing this in the future. Should we do it now? Maybe not. So let's see. If we were to copy like this whole thing, not in lift mode, how much code would it be? Oh, just 600 lines. Yeah, it's oh my god. At least they do the imports as well. That's something. So yeah, we'll get to that. For sure, but step by step. What I want here is the user name, and they are in the locals, but I don't expose this. It's exposing user ID in the client, but practice it is. We won't keep it. We won't keep that, but it depends on what you want to do. But it is one of the reasons why I like doing UUIDs, unique IDs for everything, because you cannot guess who is the next user or the previous user or how many users you have. You don't leak information versus using indicators. So if you could see that this is like 1, then you'd know, oh, you have 1 user or something. But if your user ID was like 22, you'd know that there is a user 21 probably, or a user 23. So you could more easily try to be malicious if it was an indicator and not UUID. So not obvious. Security by obscurity is definitely a good thing and an option, so don't expose things if you don't need to. It feels likely your own user would be able to figure out their ID somewhere. If you work for a real company, you'll have someone that will tell you, I want to track these analytics for what this user is doing. So you'll probably have a client-side script that is sending the user ID somewhere that is going to need it. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. But for sure, like I wouldn't be explicitly showing the user, this is your unique ID. Yeah, use it freely, I would say, but don't put it in their face because that's kind of asking for trouble. Like I'm linking this, it's not like you'd be able to do something by knowing what the user ID that I have is here. It's fine. Just knowing a user's ID is not by itself giving you an extra power over them. So it's not like, you know, fantasy wits and magic where if you speak their name, then they get less power or more. If you speak the ID, it's fine. It's not the end of the word. Right. Well, again, if it was an integer and they knew that, oh, it's integer-based ID, someone malicious will try to do things for a user that is not them. So if you're not using row-level security, maybe they'd be cheeky and try to see, oh, what if I try to enforce a different user ID and try to manipulate stuff for a different user. Right, let's move on for now. I'll have better examples for this because we'll be querying the DB ourselves as this user. So what do I want to do here? Ah, the username. Yeah, sure. So I do put the session in the locals here. And I guess for any page in the app, I could be putting, hello, yes, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Nice to see you in the live chat too. So I could do a similar thing for just the dashboard route and say, yeah, let's say that every page within the dashboard routes should have access to the user. Why not? So in here now suddenly, we should have access to the username. There you go. And I wonder, we have the upload to TSESS. If I redeclare this interface, what happens? Let's see, I've never done this before. If I redeclare this, do I use the context API every time I make stores in the client? No, you don't have to. If we do make stores in the client, we'll see if we'll actually use it. It's commonly used together. SvelteKit is so good. I agree. So what I'm thinking here, what am I trying to do here for the first time ever? I'm declare this global, I forgot. The dinner entertainment, that's amazing. Love that. So by redeclaring like this app.t.ts file, my hope is, if SvelteKit is indeed super awesome, that for every route within this, then the user would be in the globals, but I don't actually think that's gonna work. I think now the app will think that the user is declared everywhere, now that I think about it, actually. Yeah, because it will just read this and will have no concept that this is only true within that part of the app. So forget this ever happened. This was never gonna work. But let's say that we sometimes do expose the user. Maybe it's undefined. And why am I doing this? Because now my dashboard page kind of knows what this is, either there or undefined. It would be cool. SvelteKit does do like quite a lot of cool stuff. It would be cool if it knew that in the data now, based on the layout that runs here, the layout load method, that this is defined. But for now it doesn't. But that's fine. And if you use stores to use user credentials, is it bad to use throws and wrapping in the context API? It doesn't make a difference if you put it in the context or not. It's just a way to access it. The context API, like it is in React and other libraries, is just a way to make some properties available deeper in components instead of passing along props all the way. It won't make it any easier or harder or any more of a good idea or a bad idea whether you have the user sent to the client every time. Anyway, should we say that we've created the dashboard route? I think the answer is yes. What did I plan to do next? Root protection and redirects. Great. So let's say we did that. How do we ensure that routes are protected and not? So in theory, if we do go to the dashboard page now, whoa. What happened there? So in this page, in an incognito window, let's try to go there. We can go to this dashboard page, which we shouldn't. We want this to be a protected route. We want this person to be kicked out and go to the login page here. And conversely, sometimes if you are logged in and you try to go to the login page, you want to be redirected to like your settings or somewhere else, the dashboard. Up to you whether you want to do that. But definitely you have protected routes. You don't want people to see things they aren't supposed to see unless they're logged in. How do we do that? So the recommended way to do it, should have had a link here, but again, it's a hook. So I will define a hook, or I'll copy paste a hook that I've created, we've created in a previous live stream, to say that according to some parameters, I'm going to redirect you elsewhere. And let's find that back. So I'm calling it protected routes handle, aptly named. And I'm saying it's just a handle like any other. And I'm saying if this is a protected route, if I give this the path name and this turns out to be a protected route, and there is no user in the locals, which means you're not authenticated, logged in, you don't have a session, then redirect to the login page or wherever else you want, or else you can freely move on with your life. And this protected route, in our case, the method that takes the path name and just checks whether it starts with dashboard. You can have an array of specific routes that you want to protect, like /profile we've done before, but now everything that we want protected will start with dashboard. And if we pass this handle to happen after the auth handle, it definitely needs to be sequenced after the auth handle, because this is the thing that puts the user in the locals. If you don't have that, then everyone will be getting redirected to the login page. So now, if I'm not authenticated in this incognito window and I try to go to the dashboard, I cannot. I get redirected to login. I don't know why Google keeps doing like this thing. Like, it's new, like you need to explicitly say HTTP. Don't like it. Anyway, that's how this works. And if you want a logged in person to be redirected somewhere else, if they try to go to the login page, like their profile, then we can do a kind of similar thing. In the login page, we can check explicitly here and get the locals out of our load method. SvelteKit magically gives this, and check if no locals user, or actually if there is a locals user, then redirect to the dashboard or wherever you want, maybe the settings page. And sequence, in many examples, you'll find that people just have like a huge handle. SvelteKit has this hooks.server.ts that runs after every request. Export this handle here, and in lots of examples you just have the one method that's like 1,000,000 characters long, 1,000,000 lines long as well. And SvelteKit provides this sequence helper here, which allows you to extract and compartmentalize the logic, like separate the concerns. So instead of having the one long handle, I have 3 medium length or short handles. I have the auth handle, which validates your session from the cookies if you have it, and puts the user and the session in the locals if they are there. And then I have the second handle, checking whether it's a protected route, and if it is the user logged in. And I have the dependency injection handle that puts the user's repo, and we'll have many things in the future here, like the images repo, whatever we want to have here. And then you use the sequence helper to actually say, bam, 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 run these things in sequence. So it's a way to separate concern, extract methods, and you can have these be in their own separate file. So the auth handle we could have in the auth directory, for example, if that makes more sense. Without sequence, we just need to have like the huge handle method. And then when someone else looks at the project, or when I look in this project, like in 2 months, I'd be like, wait a minute, where is the point that does the authentication? Where is the point that does that puts in the repo there? Like it's just the common advantages of separating concerns apply here when you use the sequence helper. I like it. And it makes you look cooler, let's face it. So, you know, sequence just with the one handle there. Flex your SvelteKit knowledge of niche methods. Cool. So now let's just prove that. If I do try to go to the login page, I get redirected to the dashboard because it's not a hook, it's the login page load method specifically that checks if there is a user in the locals. While, let's double check, if I do actually try to go to the login page when I'm not logged in, then I do see the login page normally. So that still works. Great. Redirects. Great. Done. SadCN time. SadCN time. Maybe coffee time. Mike says, I think my understanding with locals is very wrong. Oh my god. So locals is one of the things that I really like with SvelteKit versus Next.js, which doesn't have anything like that. Because with Next.js, it does mean that you need in every file to be importing the same helpers again and again. While with SvelteKit, you just put the things that you want in the locals, and then everything on the backend can use them as needed, which is closer to the common practice in Rails or Laravel, PHP, like Django, and that sort of thing. You have like this hub that just puts stuff in the locals for other handlers, other controllers to use as they please. And I like that. But definitely not necessary to get going to understand. Right, so let's say I will need the logout button first. Let's do the logout functionality, actually. Confirm login still works. In our dashboard, do we want a settings route? Maybe not. Maybe just keep things simple for today. For now. Maybe we'll put it somewhere else. Let's see. In our millions of guides that we followed with Lucia OAuth, how do you log people out? Do you not? Guess the answer is no. We're just going to delete the cookie, but I think... There you go. So, how do we sign this person out? We want to create invalidate the session in a database and create a blank cookie, essentially, here. So let's do that. In the UI, we want a form, which is going to have a method post, and we're not going to use enhanced form for now. And now, instead of name, which I incorrectly did before, I am going to use the action attribute to name this logout, and have the button say sign out. Great. And when you click this, we need an action handler. Should I put this in the settings page? Should I? Now let's just put it here and copy paste. So, to handle this form, establish our learnings. We need a correspondingly named action, which is kind of this. We're gonna name it Logout. Every other file we've ever opened. So Logout, this needs to match. This needs a corresponding handler in the sibling plus page.server.ts for the dashboard. And what we want to happen is what Lucia says should happen here. In theory, Siri thought I said their name. Question by Mike, is putting encryption type multiform data in forms not needed? By default, no. We used them last time when we had a file input specifically. So for file inputs, you do need multipath form data to specify the encryption type, enc type. But for what we're doing now, which doesn't have any data actually, we don't need it. But even if it's just input, if you're sending strings, fine. If you're sending a buffer like a file, then you do need it. So what does Lucia want us to do? Return a fail if you somehow don't have a session set. Fair enough. Bring in our Lucia adapter to invalidate the session. So in the database, it will expire the session, delete it, and then it's going to delete the user cookie by creating a blank session cookie, setting it everywhere. And then we redirect them, probably not to the login page, they were just there, redirect them to the home page or something. So that should be it. I should click sign out and I should make it to the home page. And indeed, I do. Keep in mind, this was using the classic server-side routing, HTTP navigation. If I make this an enhanced form, I need to put it further from the end. Sometimes VS Code doesn't want to help. Maybe a reload. There you go. So let's go through the login flow again. Continue with GitHub. This gets us to GitHub anyway, so client-side router wouldn't be possible. But now if we press sign out, you can see that we stay with the client-side router. And yeah, you need to import enhance. I was trying to get my editor to bring it in for me. Classic laziness. I like importing things, but type in the last character again. That's what triggers VS Code to try to help me, but sometimes it just doesn't help me. Right. So clicking this button gets me a view transition and allows me to see this, continue with GitHub. So what does enhance do? It does quite a few things that we've been through and will be through in this episode as well. So by default, SvelteKit works with vanilla HTTP forms, which means that there is a server request whenever you submit the form, which is what happens when we click the continue with GitHub button and the logout button as well. And then you get a real HTTP page transition, which means that view transitions, for example, don't work. They only work at the moment when you're using the client-side router. Use enhanced, amongst other things, keeps you mounted in this version of the app. Keeps you mounted on the client-side version of the app. You just get the data from the server while staying in this version of the client. If that makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm explaining it correctly, but with Svelte, any component can use something, an exported method here. It's called actions as well. So Svelte enhanced, it won't reload, not quite. So you can create your own, like use something. So I think for the advent of Svelte, I created like a snowflake or something, action, which I imported. But this one, the SvelteKit team has created in order to make the form submission work with like client-side fetch calls instead of literal HTTP server calls that cause a server page transition, page navigation, which doesn't give you view transitions now. And you can pass in a callback in this method to say what you want to happen before the form submits. So you can even stop the form submission, or more commonly, what we do is set a loading state and saying that we're processing and have a spinner there, and a callback. This can return yet another thing that will run once the form is successfully submitted and the server has responded. So you stop showing the spinner, you update the data in your frontend, that sort of thing. But SvelteKit does have a section on this, use and enhance specifically, that I'm sure covers it better than I. So what they say here, without an argument, so if you just use enhance, it will emulate browser native behavior, just without the full page reloads. So without it, browser native behavior, but it refreshes the page. So Cameron says, I think this is not true. What do you mean? But with Superforms, I think later in the episode, it may make it a bit clearer as well. What else? We were saying that we'll finally bring in shadcn. So let's see. I will just keep the enhance just to get rid of the full page reload, indeed, for now, when we click the Logout button. For this one, it wouldn't make a difference because this redirects us to GitHub anyway, so you can't stay with the client-side router of your app, you go to a different app. But what we want is a nicer button, so that's why we'll finally be bringing in shadcn. Well, already 2 hours in. All right, login page, login flow works. What we want is nicer styles, nicer UI. So we're going to be bringing in shadcn. First thing we're going to do is bring in a nice button. Let's see what the experience is like bringing in shadcn. Shadcn is a super popular library that I always love to pronounce as shadcn, but I don't think that's the correct way to do it. And it was made for React. It's leveraging Tailwind CSS behind the scenes. Super cool. I think it even works with V0 nowadays, which is give it a prompt and it will generate some React code for you. And shadcn-svelte is the community maintained version of shadcn, because people love Svelte, and other people loving SvelteKit more than I. Questionable, but if there is one person that does it, it's Huntabyte. It's got so many projects going on. I don't know how they maintain all of them, including MadUI, which we've shown in the past, and shadcn uses a lot. But of course, there are other people maintaining this project and helping with this project as well. Anyway, shadcn-svelte is what we'll be using today. And let's see how good their docs are. Maybe the other thing to mention, I'll mention it later. So let's use it with SvelteKit. It's saying to add Tailwind CSS. Maybe I should actually commit this code, now that I think about it. Feature. Log in with GitHub, because I can only assume this will make changes to our Tailwind file, and let's see what they actually do. Our default alias is $lib, so we don't need to change that. And it's saying to run this command to get through the wizard that will help us install shadcn-svelte. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. What style do you want to use? Default or New York? So they have like two themes by default. New York is a bit less padding and smaller letters and more rounded buttons. Anyway, what I would want is even bigger letters. So I think there are subtle changes with New York that I like, but just the fact that they have every font size be by default smaller, I don't like it as much. I guess when you're building dashboards, like you don't care about big readable text, you just want your tables to fit in the page. So it has its use, but I'll be going with default for this one. Maybe not. Anyway, that says New York. Gonna do New York. What's the base color that we'd like to use? I like stone. Let's go for that one. Where is our global CSS file? Let's have a look. I wonder what they're gonna do to it. It is indeed app source app CSS somehow. Great. Where is the tail with config? It is indeed tail with config TS. Great. How do we import the components? Lib components. I think we do have this already set up even. Utils directory we don't have, but it's going to be libutils. So it's creating some things here. Let's see what we got. Tons of files. If we format, let's see however many are just prettier changes. So we got this component station. Whoa. So we got this component station, which is a configuration for shadcn. Style New York, the things that we sent here. Great. All good. Makes sense. Packaging changes. Some dependencies, not dev dependencies, which I don't particularly like. So let's make them dev dependencies, like everything. So forget this ever happened. And there must dev dependencies. Great. So CLCX, I think, is like a Tailwind thing. Maybe this class names with TSX support, I guess. Some Tailwind stuff, sure. Package log goes with packaging. Now the Tailwind config, quite different. So it seems that they just rewrote this file and they didn't read the file that I had. Which is not ideal. So dark mode, it just went to class, which we don't want. We have a very specific way to do dark mode with a data theme attribute. Does it really matter? No, but if you're being pedantic, like why use a class for dark mode? Safely dark, I don't actually know what this does, so I'll need to look it up. Sure, so this will always be generated by the compiler, I suppose. So here, dark mode. I guess these we can return. No need to check for JavaScript files. We'll still do class-based dark mode, but we'll use the data theme attribute of dark instead of having a class dark, and it should just work the same. So here, like us, where they are saying that the container should be centered by default, which it should be. But we're going to use the padding inline. Oh, that is too much. I have a CSS variable for this, the padding, so let's just use that one. And it's adding another breakpoint, the 2XL breakpoint at 1400 pixels. Fair enough. Here in the colors, it's adding a border color, input color, ring color, background color, foreground color, primary, secondary, destructive, muted, accent, popover, and card. Fair enough. I find that I do prefer the Daisy UI naming conventions over these things, you know, fair enough. And what else we got in the font family as well? I liked what we had before. And I had like my own box shadow, but I guess I can just let it be. I will keep the padding one, so copy this line. So I like having a utility class that gives me the option to set an inline padding. And I guess what I was doing for the font family, I also want to keep. And they don't have the typography plugin, interestingly enough. So this thing just revert, I suppose. This we need to bring in too. Anything else we had here? The typography plugin they're not using for some reason. I guess they have their own H1 components and stuff. Maybe, probably. right. And the app CSS, it just deleted everything I had, which is not good, definitely. So there's your problem. They added this utility file to merge class names, fair enough. They added this utility for line things in, like the sonar component they have, I guess. Sure. And this just formatted a few things wrongly. Let's format again. All right, let's double check this. All these crazy colors that we have. Fair enough. So not reading my Tailwind file, I can live with. Kind of makes sense. I don't understand why they had to delete my app CSS. Just write their own. Let's see what they gave us. So they are defining some CSS variables, fair enough, and different CSS variables with .dark. This is not what we want. And then they're also applying this like border stuff. Okay, so let's revert this file, see what we had before. We had like a million things, including U transitions. So this is back. What they want, I suppose, is to apply border everywhere. Okay. And to the body, apply the background text. The background color for background and the foreground color for text. Fair enough. Fair enough. Right, so let's apply this and this, but they also want, I didn't forget, they also want to apply like a million CSS variables, but let's go straight to theming and use this theme, the green one. So if we try to copy the code here, they will give us the things that they want us to specify. So here I am applying something, but not adding any environment variables, any other CSS variables here. And all of this for the dark one. All right, and when we're in dark mode, we want to re-specify those again and specify the ones we stole from here. All right, looks like it worked. So again, if you don't need to use the .dark class like they have here, but what they have you copy paste in, just use the dark class. You just need to change this to be whatever is your signifier for dark mode. And in our app, it's the data-theme attribute. So we set this to dark when in dark mode. So it's just pasted those things here. Just to prove it works, if I change this, maybe this would be better. Yeah, so you can see if I change how deep this is, how bright this is, than the background updates. And I can only assume and hope that this has a bit of a green hue. Because I always like this part when your app has an accent. I do like it. I do like this. Cool. So I think this means shadcn is all well configured. So let's run format again. What they want us to do next. That's it. Let's add a button component. So the way shadcn works is that it's not a component library that you depend on. It's a component library where you copy paste the code, essentially. Mike says, you're so cool, I love it. Thank you for the compliment, I appreciate you. Ready to install components and dependencies. So sometimes the components you bring in from shadcn have dependencies, like if you're bringing in an autocomplete combo box, then it may be using other libraries to make that autocomplete work. Scroll this down just to prove. Oh, tip from Giuseppe, if I just run the command, it will show all the components that are available. Oh, beautiful. And you can just check them and bring in many. That's a pro tip right there. Nice. And it does tell you the other dependencies that it's going to be installing. That's nice. That's sleek. Cool. What happened before? Install this, and in source lib components UI button, it added a button. So the thing with opinions is that everyone's got one. Sometimes you try to find the tools that align with your opinions. Personally, like lib components UI, like why nest it further in a UI directory? What's everything else? I don't know. Is it not UI? So that's one thing that I don't like. Another one is I do prefer casing these, uppercasing these, right? Like button, uppercase button. And third thing is, I don't like index files. But hey. So, is there anything I can do to stop this thing from adding components in UI subdirectory? Maybe. No. So they are telling you a license here for where do you add this, and you cannot specify that I want it in literal components, not components UI. Guess not. Anyway, so maybe the UI ones are the ones brought in from shadcn. Not sure. Not sure. The problem is that other things that they're using in the button component will expect it to be there and probably cased like this. It's don't like. I don't quite like. And the other thing is that it's using Svelte 4, but that's the beauty of the copy and paste style. Now we own this component, it's in our version control. If we want to change it to be Svelte 5, we will, we can and we will. I like this approach. As a person who was often hired as a principal software engineer or other senior roles and was given the task, create this component library or get this component library we have in this company into shape. And I always said, you don't need a component library and just stop supporting this and just, you know, sometimes copy pasting some code is fine. I'm quite happy that things like shadcn is gaining traction. Tailwind themselves have their catalyst thing, I think. That is also copy and paste. I think for most companies and for you, you don't need to create your own component library to get your startup idea live. For sure not. So just repeat yourself sometimes. If you're building a SvelteKit app and a React app, you need to repeat yourself anyway and repeat your code. If you're building SvelteKit app and Swift app or Flutter app, you need to be repeating your components anyway. If you do want to put in the effort for a component library, put it in the design. Have a design Bible, have a design system, have something like that. You don't need your JavaScript code to over-engineer and have a package that has all the components that you use in the one app that you have. And if you have two apps, like your admin app, does it need to have the same UI as the public-facing UI? Sure. Is using Pixel worse than Rem? Figma always in Pixel. Rem is, like, if you have to pick one, Rem is better because it's respective to the user's font size. So you're expecting that some user may have said, oh, I want the base font size to be like 36. And if you hard code pixels, then it's always going to be 4 pixels. While if you're using Rem, it's going to be relative to that base font size. And therefore, look better for that particular user with particular needs. But there are some cases where you use pixel. For example, I like making buttons bounce a little bit, and that one I just move them 1 pixel up. I won't use like 0.001 rem or something like that. Right, so copy and paste component libraries, all the rates right now, I approve. I would say the only reason open source is very hard as well, and a thankless job. I thank everyone that hangs out with me in the chat and in these videos. For sure, this is a much better environment than having open source, where you have people coming to you with problems, saying, oh, this doesn't work, and my use case is this, and I want to use that. And you just do it on your free time, and you need to maintain like 1 million people that are using your suddenly super popular library. I don't envy people who are doing this work, especially people like Handabyte that have like 4 super popular libraries. It's quite mental. But if your company is based around that one library, this is how you make your money, then maybe you can put it in version control. Maybe you can release packages. So for Tailwind specifically, as it happens, it wouldn't be crazy to me if they had a library that does all of that stuff that you actually install and you depend on, and you have to do upgrades and breaking upgrades and all that. But it makes sense that even them are just doing the copy and paste method that I think shadcn has successfully popularized. Right. So we have a button component. We want to use it, but we're in Svelte 5 in strict rules mode. So what is this? REST props. And why is it hard coding type button? Like, I don't like those things. With a copy and paste component library, instead of opening Nusu and saying, listen, I don't think you know what you're doing. This should not be specified. And then they'd say close because I don't think you know what you're doing. And it'd be never ending. If you don't like something, you just delete it and that's it. You move on with your life. And for me, as I was saying before, I do like that default of if a button is inside a form, it's by default a submit button. If it's outside the form, it's a button. It's a regular type button. I like that. Hard coding it makes it always be a button, even if it's a form. And then I have to write more code to make it a submit button, like it's supposed to be. So that I don't like. So you just delete it and move on with your life. Right, Svelte 5 here. So how do you spread props? Not like this, for sure. Do we have a button component here? No. Let's look at Loot Goblin and see what we're doing for our button there. First of all, it's uppercase, so 100% better. But the way you spread props in Svelte 5 is, and how you do slots, there are no slots anymore, is like this. So let's see if we can just make it work here. So we get this children here. This is like specific Svelte thing, I suppose. We get the HTML button attributes that Svelte also provides. We alias class to class name, because in JavaScript class are reserved keyword, so we cannot use it as a variable or a constant or anything like that. And then we have the rest props here. Great. And these things, not sure if we'll use them. We definitely don't need those. Here, we don't need to pass the handlers again. They'll automatically be passed as we spread the rest props here. Great. Instead of slots now, we have rendering of snippets. So render children is what I think we do. Yeah, but we just, but that's way off. You call the method, I guess, the snippet you call. Great. This we don't need. And here, I guess it's a lie as in a few other things. So we need to modify here. How can we prevent users modifying cookies? Users cannot modify HTTP cookies. So do that. Server only cookies. Only the server can mess with those. Done. Do you always verify the session via JWT? No, we are not verifying the session with JWT here either. We're using a database. When you're not using a database, the most common way is to do it with JSON Web Tokens. We are using a database here. We're validating the session against our database records. We don't decode the JWT. We don't decode the user's information from that. So we don't worry about that. It's a different thing. In this index, it has this weird type of props, I guess. Or not. What is props here? Button primitive prompts and this, right? And how is this export? Oh, it's doing. Yeah, I think this is why I haven't used it more, because it's like a series of things I don't particularly like meaningless things in the grand scheme of things, but I don't like. I don't like declaring things and then having an export object. I think that's old school, but even when it was old, I didn't like it. I don't know why this has like this line here. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't understand people that don't just do like export const here. Because now I'm looking at these and I'm like, oh, they're not exporting this. And then it's like, oh, surprise, we're exporting everything. I don't understand. I guess they're doing like some aliases as well for no reason. Oh well. Anyway, they've created this thing here for us. And these props have the button element props as well. So instead of defining them here, all the cool people like export const. Just say you're exporting it, don't keep it a surprise for later. The only thing is the children attribute, I guess. That's the only thing that we need to re-export. So can we make this be button props of the index file, which I also don't like. And class name can be nothing. Variant can be default. Size can be default. And builders can be an array. Okay. And I think we've successfully converted this. And another thing I don't like is they say that this is a .js file. I said TypeScript. It is TypeScript. So what you doing? What are you doing? It's open source, Johnny. Just open a PR. That's the answer here. All right, so we've changed a few things. Kind of overwhelming. So they have this index file that has this weird variance option, which I guess apply even more Tailwind classes. Enough Tailwind classes to justify getting a bigger monitor. So tell your boss, like I brought in shadcn, so I need more widescreen, and you'll get it. And yeah, I guess I don't like this file, but it's gonna be it. I've managed to change the things that I don't like, but I don't think I'll be able to change this button to be uppercase ever again, or not in the UI directory, because every other component that depends on button is gonna be looking for it here, and I just don't want to change the imports everywhere. But, so I would expect at some point, maybe when Svelte 5 goes to like prod, like proper release, maybe beta, then shadcn will ask you, do you want to use Svelte 5 and runes? Do you want to use runes? Because that's what happened with shadcn React. It was asking, do you want to use server actions and components and that sort of thing. So I'd imagine it'd be doing the same here, and you won't have to do this manual thing in the future. But we have a button component. Let's just use it. Keep going through the tutorial. Import it. It's also imported like this. Why? Who knows? Let's see. So in our login page, what are we saying? We want this to be the other button. This button. Does it just work? The answer is no. Cannot use REST props in runes mode. Fair enough. Ah, the bits UI thing is in runes. Damn. We hate to see it. All right, so we have it, but we're using this older library that is not using runes now. Let's have a quick GitHub check. Let's see if there are like any issues about runes. Maybe they have an alpha release already. No support for Svelte 5 until it's stable. Come on, Handabyte, you only have 4 libraries to maintain. Won't you be upgrading all of them? Like immediately, even when this is in beta and the things may change dramatically? Of course not, as you shouldn't. So, well done closing things. Right, so... Until then... no runes mode. So no more runes all the way, but you can still use shadcn if you're willing to put in the work. Cool. So the question is the UI subdirectory annoying enough for me to remove it? The answer is maybe. I think updating the component just overrides it. I wouldn't be bringing this in again. So the question is, should I create a button directory? Put this guy here, put this guy here, uppercase this. And then in the login page, just bring this in from there. In every other thing that uses a button, I just do this quick refactor and move on with my life. Maybe not. Interesting. Does it need to be lowercase? Ah, this is the file. I see. So now I understand, kinda. So this is lowercase and they export it as uppercase because that's how Svelte components work. They need to be uppercase. So the index file is what is making the re-export happen. Maybe. Were they doing things for a reason and not just for me to be upset about? Maybe. Right, so let's keep stuff as they were. They are importing like this component, so I don't understand. Don't quite understand. It's not defined, it says. We saw this working, so definitely something weird at some point. But where? But where? Well, maybe sometimes you just need to delete as well directory. Still off. Ah, it's the runes false. It's only you fool. So false is like no runes allowed, I guess. Okay, fair enough. So I can actually change things as I wish. So I will. Should have known that was the problem. Everything for good measure again. Much thinking, not enough talking, I know. But we got there. Alright. Still alive. So we finally have a button. We can click it, and we can even do, since we own this button, can put it anywhere we want. And we have this index file to open the wrong file by accident as well. Great. Love when that happens. And what are shadcn claiming here? Just imported from the index file, I guess, what they're claiming here. That's why the curlies are there. So they prefer it if we import it here from the index file magically. I guess that's what they want. Still works the same. Okay. Is this why they want it to be lowercase? Because maybe the autocomplete won't work. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I guess not. Like, these are not uppercased, so who knows? Clearly it's a coincidence. So yeah, keep it uppercase. Be consistent. And what do I want? I guess I want it by default to be bouncy, right? And to make it bouncy, I want to translate it. And when it's active, I wanted to have -y1. Is that the real thing? Maybe not. Minus translate y. It bounces. Do they have minus translate like half? Yeah. 0.5. So every button should be bouncy. I think it looks nice. And does log you in. Do we want transition for that? Maybe not. Just press this and it works. Great. So the sign up thing for the dashboard page. Also a button. Let's see how that works. Which one? No. This one? Yes. From the index file, which I don't like, but fair enough. And yeah, I don't want a primary button. I want a different button for this. So let's see if we can use a variant. Destructive. Oof, loading one. Neat. Just variant destructive. No variant for info, but I guess we could, or outline. Ghost. Cool. Hover states selectable with tab. Awesome. So those are definitely the nice things that SvelteKit gives you, and other component libraries like that. Neat. Cool. I should make this happen for links. If we pass an href, immediately there's going to be an anchor tag, it says. Interesting. But they only get the underline in the end. So let's try to do that. They don't have a link component, doesn't look like. It's the variant link. Because I do want these to be like more accessible, I guess. Maybe I will do it offline, to be honest. So sign out works, great. Can continue with GitHub, also great. And the icon one, I guess you just put the icon in and that's it. It has the size icon too. Interesting. But on this one, which has an icon, it doesn't have anything, just like some padding, I guess. So for the login with GitHub one, login page. And we want the GitHub icon. Perfect. Let's see what we've added in our loot goblin project. And we keep it absolute because we turned it into a spinner. Right, not bad. Cool. All right, a couple shadcn buttons, we've added them and we've made it our own by having them be nice and bouncy. Pretty cool. Took us a while, but we did it. Sweet. So it looks like my plan was to first just bring in the button without too many comments, and then have a dedicated section where I discuss shadcn and component libraries, and when you should copy and paste or bring in a dependency and stuff like that. But we've already done that. I'll say again that your unique selling point is very likely not your UI, but you definitely do not want to be maintaining a component library on the side of your startup business. Even if the looks is a big part of your brand, you don't want to be maintaining a component library for sure. If your goal is to have an open source library that people use, just out of the goodness of your heart, or maybe because you monetize it, then sure, then you can look into creating a component library. But having a component library on the side, don't do that. It's fine. Just have your components in version control of your SvelteKit app or Next.js app or whatever you have there. It's gonna be fine. Component libraries overrated for 99.9% of the business ideas that you have. Even if you're Tailwind CSS, they are creating their own copy and paste library instead of having a published library on NPM. So take that as you will. I do like this approach for sure. Then it does allow us, like, I don't like the uppercase, I don't like the index files, I don't like this, I don't like that. I can change stuff accordingly. According to my styles, I can change stuff to work with Svelte 5, even though the library itself doesn't support Svelte 5 and runes yet. Just refactor it and that's it. Handbyte correctly, and the other maintainers are saying, I'm not going to do this until Svelte 5 is stable. Fair enough. If I was depending on this library and wanted to move to Svelte 5, then I wouldn't have been able to if it was a direct dependency on mine. I'd need to open a PR with them, convince them. They wouldn't be convinced. They'd very reasonably say, I want to wait for Svelte 5 to be officially released. And then I'd be stuck in Svelte 4. Now, we just refactor to not use slots, but to use snippets. We refactor to use this way of declaring props and reactive attributes. And that's it. We move on with our lives. One of the things with shadcn is that it is also guiding you to many other great front-end tools and libraries, especially for more complicated components. For this one, it is guiding us to Bits UI, which is also used in Svelte 4. Sadly, so we have to drop our runes through strict mode thing. because Bits UI is using Svelte 4, and we cannot just go in there and change that and change what they have. Oh well. I'll keep tags on that. What else do we need? So what we have here, we have customized shadcn with themes somewhere in between there. So we did finish this. Wow, we're already 3 hours in. It's kind of crazy. And maybe the other thing to discuss is that they do things like dark mode a bit differently from us. They are suggesting to use a library called Mode Watcher, which I haven't used in the past. I have my own script, and you can have a look all the way back to the Paulina Papers portfolio playlist to see how we did dark mode with our own lightweight script. And in there are links to other YouTube videos you can watch about how to best define your theme, or just do what they're saying here. I'm sure it works. It works for their demos as well, you know. Just works. Just because ours is like a cooler and messen, like you can add the cooler and messen. Yeah, Hemilus in the chat. Another 100-byte library. Like I don't know how many they have. It's insane. Everywhere you look, it's like 100-byte. Half the Svelte ecosystem. It's amazing. Truly. So was it literally like the mode watcher 100-byte yet again? Everywhere. Crazy. Fun. Like the, I want to make like a bad like a Zlatan style joke. It's like before going to bed, the boogeyman search for 100-byte under the bed or something. Everywhere. But they're doing cool stuff. What do we want? Profile page showing the logged in user's name and avatar is what I'm saying. So yeah, maybe like a settings page or something. This is the idea behind that. I'm getting back into it. The idea is you're logged in, you're not happy with your name. Unlike near life, where it's a whole process to change it, it should be easy. It's a web app, it's all software. So let's have a settings page where you can change your name, your display name, your avatar, and that sort of thing. And shadcn does have an example on this, maybe in the blogs, maybe somewhere. Probably not. In the examples, in the dashboard, in the settings. Forms. Yeah, in the forms example. Great, because we're transitioning into forms, so it kind of works. So maybe we won't have this whole dashboard. And look, this one doesn't even have a copy button. You need to copy it from the website. Anyway, yeah, let's have like a settings section. What is this? Is this like muted text? I need to hunt it again. I need to hunt about it again. And profile form, great. This thing, oh, just the form. It's just the form. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to see, like, what is this? How others would see you. Great, so that's fine. The label. Description. Is it a form description and it makes it muted? It's text muted foreground. Okay, so that's all it is. Smaller text, and they're using text muted foreground. That's what I wanted to see. Sure. So login. We're signed in. And yeah, let's just have like a settings link or something. I am thinking of having like a sideboard like this, but that's fine. Let's just have an href. Maybe let's just have a link. See if that works indeed. Ooh, it's green. Interesting. And it has button because it's a button, I guess. Nice. Yeah. So I guess if you want your own link component that's kind of looks like this, you just make it. You just make it. And where it goes to dashboard settings. And we'll make this by copying this directory inside itself. Maybe just this. Let's create a folder, settings, paste these two guys here. We need the logout action here actually. And we'll need this form. So Milos also doesn't like re-exporting stuff in index files and stuff, I can only imagine. Yeah, I guess the button variants, you can have them inside the button component as well, or have like an extra script module or something. Or maybe you just have a button variants file and that's it. This re-exports the component, which you don't really need, with a couple different names just for fun. It also re-exports or exports the type. I guess that's where we're supposed to bring in the file. But then you have like this circular dependency where this is importing the button, and this is also importing the button. So you know, in some languages in the past, having this circular dependency wouldn't be great. So yeah, not sure. Not sure for sure. But you can change and accommodate, and Milos is also specifying what is also my favorite component, the calendar and the date picker. Those two components are awesome. Anyway, in this settings page, what do we want to have? I guess we'll have a better form at some point. And in the dashboard page, we don't have the sign out anymore. Don't need this. the server doesn't need the logout action or anything really. Good. And what we want is like something like this. Let's have a section title for something. What do we have in the profile page? Another one, kind of like the UI of open. What we've had there. Great. And here, I guess, we'll want Christian asks, what does the index file do for a component? So index by default isn't anything magic to SvelteKit or a convention that I have seen that much in SvelteKit, but it's a convention in JavaScript where some people, I guess, because they don't like drilling into files and doing like button, or bringing in everything from a directory. So instead of doing button and then button variants, if you had them in separate files, some people like declaring an index file that has everything that's included in that directory. That also allows you to bring the default export without adding in the extra file name. But also allows you to combine other things that you may want to separate out into different files. It's a take, it's a preference, it's a style. Some people like separating concerns like that, I think, as React has been evolving and component-based apps and thinking has been maturing more and more. And now we've arrived to Svelte and SvelteKit as well. I do think we do consider as a single concern how component looks, gets its data, and updates state and stuff like that. So I think we're more comfortable putting in more things into a single file. And therefore, you don't need to have a directory that's like the component, and different directory for the CSS, different directory for like its methods and stuff like that. You just have it in the one file. But when you did separate all of these things in different files because people were like, separate the styling and the UI and the looks and the business logic and all of that, then some people were like, have an index file that brings them all together so you can more easily import them. I think that's the thinking behind having an index file in this case as well. But it does lead to things like circular dependencies that years ago would be driving bundlers crazy, but I guess it just works now. I guess this is used as a bit of a like TypeScript definition file without getting too crazy. Like maybe you don't want to see that in your Svelte component code, so they're hiding it in this file. But yeah, it's something I don't like. Like I don't like exporting everything in the end. Should someone import the index or just the component or the folder containing most? You can't magically import the folder unless you do like something crazy with a Vite. So you cannot do that. That's why you have the import file, which makes it look like you're importing the folder, but it's because you have the index file. Since we do have an index file, because shadcn adds it by default, I feel compelled to use the index file and import like this. You know, since we have it, might as well use it. And yeah, if you're never importing from the index, then someone will tell you, why do you have that file? You're welcome. Great question. And I should also say that it is one of those things that are pet peeves that, you know, I don't like doing it like this, but if I go to work in a company where they just do that, I may make a few comments and try to think, why are you doing it like this? Like, have you thought about it? Do you strongly believe against this or for this? I will voice my opinion, but if they work like that, I will just work like that as well, because it doesn't matter that much. If I was going to change one thing, it wouldn't be that. So I would just comply to whatever convention they have. Right. So in our new settings thing, in the public details, we want to have an even bigger form. I guess this is the idea. A form that shows who you are, your display name, and your avatar, because we have that as well. And we won't be able to update the avatar just yet, so maybe just try to bring in that component. That'd be cool. I think it does a cool thing with fallback until the image loads as well. So let's see. Let's add the avatar component. See what we get. shadcn. So that's the avatar added. This opens things in Finder, not in VS Code. Fair enough. So let's see what we got. So this time it added 3 components: the avatar itself, the avatar image, the avatar fallback, and an index file, as always. So I guess this is a case where the index file is there because it will allow you to import like all of these things just by doing the one import in this directory. And I guess if that's your reasoning, that I won't want to have like 3 lines to import these things that I always need for the one component really, then, you know, you make more of a case. And then if you know that there are a lot of components that have multiple components in them, then you're like, well, you know, even the button component that only has one should be like this. That's how you arrive to index files. But just confirm this is a TypeScript file because it keeps saying TSESS. I guess the reason in here is we don't check for TypeScript every time, and this will work even if you're doing TypeScript. So that's fine. We have them. Delay. I think how long this waits until it shows something else. I guess so. All right, let's use it first. Now we're not in strict runes mode, so let's see if it just works. you see here now it imports everything from this file, and then it can use like the various components like this. Here you go. And it's important to know to note that always, like, people don't do things for no reason. They have their use cases and their own purposes for reasons. Oop. Did I not copy this? Guess not. Press harder. It just works. Great. And this is going to be the author URL. It's me. Cool. And this, I guess, can be the first two letters. So what are we doing here? We want the name, right? It's going to be huge, but we want to slice 0 to 2. And then, like, if I don't have this, does it show it? Yeah. There you go. So as it loads, it shows this. And I guess the delay MS, do they explain it more? The answer is no. It's 500, what does it do? Artificial delay, I guess, if you find that it kind of flashes. I guess that makes sense. And yeah. Looks decent. They don't have a size. What do they have? Any other examples? If not, yes, that's it. All right, let's see if we can Svelte 5 it. Let's look at our button. I did the circular dependency. It was me all along because I wanted to use the props here. Oh well. Hello, Bide, in the chat. Alright, so we have that. And we don't need to redeclare that. I can only imagine. And even that. So that's children and rest props, I guess. Don't we give the delay MS here? Ah, no, we did want the class name. Actually. I'm well, thank you very much. How are you? So let's just copy the render method too. Ugh. I do need to define this. As a snippet. Yeah, not happy with that. Did I forget how to declare props already? Nah, I just need to do the union type. I don't know why it's in this. And this is it. Just need to do it 2 more times. Easy. Alright, render children. Doesn't need it. Great. This one needs it. So let's do that one first. Will it be Svelte an OpenAI related thing? Yes, we're still going to do that. We're just doing this special for stream 99 and an even more special for stream 100 later, and we'll be back with OpenAI soon. I'm happy you're excited for it. I'm excited too. One more down. And it still works. And the image props, I guess. Right, fast, and it works. Now, will we be able to change the directory? Should we do that? Maybe not. Yes. Maybe with just this uppercase, then I'm kind of happy. And it still works, so we're good. Amazing. Maybe we should commit something to version control. Where the shadcn part. Oh my god, there is a beautiful cat. You may be able to see it on the big window right there. It's gonna walk past on the beam gracefully. You can just about see it in the see her in the corner. Ready to pounce. My little doggy is with my wife happily. She loves cats as well. I've taught her that cats are friends and is always happy to see her, to see other cats. Anyway, back to what we're doing. UI framework. Right, because I didn't commit anything before, right? I did. So what was it? Git lesson. Haven't done this in a while. Git rebase interactive head 2. These two commits. This one, I want to squash it or fix it up, whatever you want to call it, and save this. Great. Instead of 2 commits, I have 1. Bring in shadcn now. Great. I can still do it. But what I really want is not this. What I really want is to bring in a form, and I suspect it's only gonna have like a million components here that we'll need to bring in. That's why I was waiting. And we're getting to the point of superforms as well. Let's show the name too, since we're here. Put the $sign in the correct place. Great. So let's see, we've done this. Time to do forms with shadcn. First, let's bring in the shadcn form component, which I'm sure is going to bring in a million things. And then we'll even use superforms and other helpers that will make working with forms a bit easier. We've talked about superforms, was asked in the chat about superforms and other helpers before. And I did say that it's best to learn the fundamentals and then move on as needed. And we have gone through the fundamentals before, so maybe today we'll get to see these libraries. First, let's bring in the form component. Oh, I did bring in button. I see, so it needs to be there. I need to keep everything in there forever. I can only hope that it's not gonna override it. If like it's gonna check, do you have it? I can only imagine it doesn't override it, I'm sure. But it needs it does mean we need to keep things in that UI directory and keep them lowercase. Oh well. So this thing. I don't think we changed anything in here, just in case. Button component brought in, where we bring in a button, in this case in a few places actually. I thought I would just be able to update the code and then that's it. But it will keep adding the dependencies because it thinks it needs. I guess I could be deleting the button every time, but I don't know. It just makes things more copy-pastable as well, I suppose. If my example adheres with this silly convention of the UI folder as if I have non-UI components. Sure. So we have the button that I want. Say goodbye to this properly cased button. And the avatar, sadly. Let's move it in the UI directory. Great. And time to see what they brought in. A million things. Wow. Lots of form things. Here's why the index file may be helpful, I guess. Each one of them is a Svelte 4 component, sadly. We'll see how that will work. And we also want the Formsnap dependency. It didn't tell us to add, but we will. Kind of like bits UI seems to be a primitive component directory that helps with accessibility. Did we bring it in? We did. Right, so think harder about whether this exists or not. It does. Just don't use explicit imports, mate. Actually, no. Yeah, I'll manually do it. I'll search for this, Johnny. It's a good idea. All right. So we have many things, including a form button. It will be nice to convert them to Svelte 5 components, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do that on stream. But what I am going to do is keep going with our form. So they are suggesting that our form schema can live in a schema.ts file in our directory, in our routes directory, which makes sense because this time we're going to use it both in the front end and the back end. One of the things that Superforms does and makes easier is allow you to use Zod schemas on the front end. Before, we've only used them on the back end to validate, like, is this a file input? Have you filled in your name? Yada, yada, yada. Now you can make your front end forms, also validate that, and also an easier way to present your field errors, because it's doing the behind the scenes magic to know, oh, if you're using this schema, then if you error out, then you'll be getting these errors back. So I'm gonna render them nicely. So it's handy. I think they have an example as well of how it looks like without SvelteKit and with SvelteKit. Is there like a what's new? Maybe not. Maybe not. Doesn't really matter. What we want is a form schema, indeed. So let's follow that advice. In our routes, dashboard settings here, let's say we have a schema.ts, and all we got is a form schema here. It's just a username, just a name. Let's say at least, let's just say max, let's just say nothing. Let's just say it's just a string. It is a text field in SQLite. I don't think you'll get there. All right. Schema created. We'll have the avatar URL in the future if we were to do the uploads again, the image uploads again. And in our server file, they want us in the load method to return a form object that is going to have the validation errors, if there are any. So that's kind of different with what we've done in the past. If you remember, SvelteKit also has magic access to the form object if there has been a form submitted. But now they want us to explicitly return some data there. So here, what they want us to do again. Return a form object, feels like a decent pattern. Super validate is from Superforms, which do we bring in? I guess the answer is yes. And Zod is an adapter from SvelteKit Superforms, interestingly enough. Question from Giuseppe: how am I liking shadcn? Well, small like pet peeves aside, it is nice. It is about a great way to get exposure into tools like this, like Superforms. Much like shadcn is a great way to get exposed to other helpful libraries as well. The thing I mentioned with analysis paralysis, it happens with front-end libraries and helper libraries as well. With shadcn being so popular, so many people in the community raising issues and working on it, it kind of ensures that what they're using is going to be popular enough to keep being maintained and to be kind of good. So if it guides people to use SvelteKit Superforms to solve UI errors with less of a hassle than what we're doing before, then, you know, it's good. And UI-wise, I guess we haven't used like anything like too special, but it does mean that you get like this little thing of accessibility, like the nice little border, the fade, without worrying too much. So if you're not a designer, you do get an accessible experience by default. And even like great designers don't care that much about accessibility. They care more about making the designs pop. But, you know, that's by the by. Very often it is the developers, your responsibility to care about accessibility, because the designer's job sometimes, even if they are user researchers, will be more focused on their ideal customer, I guess. Anyway, I like it. TLDR, I like shadcn-svelte. And Giuseppe is also saying it's pretty good to just pull in a component when needed. You're mostly using Skeleton UI, another popular library as well at work, and you just got the shadcn avatar and the drop-down menu, and it's pretty fast. And then if you don't like how they do stuff with Tailwind or whatever else, you can still use it and just restyle your components. So even like every app needs a button component, right? So if you use shadcn for that, and then you're like, oh, I don't want variants, I don't want this, I don't want that, you can still use shadcn to get you started into having a button component and then style it to taste. Or drop the things that you don't like, use the things that you like. I do like that. If it was a library dependent on NPM and you either like it and use it as is, or it's a huge hassle to change because you'll need to make your case and have the maintainers cut a release just for you eventually, I wouldn't use it. But because it is in my version control and I can adapt it, use as much as little as I want, I do like that part for sure. So no harm using it. I will mention again. So an example is that the conventions of Daisy UI make more sense. Not make more sense. They're closer to the conventions that I have, like using a primary content, secondary content. It's closer to what I do with like foregrounds or backgrounds, instead of using background for background, instead of using destructive as a keyword. I don't know. Just like the name conventions of this one better. Well, that's just flavor. All right, so we are returning some validation here. Now, they want us to create this form, I suppose. Let's see how that works. So we're returning that. We can make just a separate component for this. Details form. Details form to Svelte, maybe. And paste everything and see what we have. Oh, they also have an input component that we haven't added. Let's try to add it now. See That's the input component. Great. So now we have it. Interesting. Fixed in Svelte 5, which we're gonna switch this to be. Maybe let's just do it now, I suppose. So button component here, copy all of this, input. It doesn't have children, right? So we should be fine. We'll use this one, no children, nothing else. A happy dog here that we're gonna see this moment. Tamer, you're home. You're happy to see that? Sit. Good girl. You have the place here in the word. Place here in the word. And you can come in here. You can see. It has been walked and is happy. Right. So instead of binding and doing all these events, which look crazy, Svelte 5, great. Just spread these props and it just works. It's just gonna work. So this one was easy to change and apparently it works more. So we're good to go. And in this details form, even now, so we're sending the for schema we've defined here, and magically I'm thinking, so this is Svelte form stuff. Will this be this? And we need to destructure data from props. Svelte 5 support. I think the answer is yes. And here, this one knows that the only field we have is name, not username, which is great. This one also knows that the only form data we have is name here. So this is all really cool. And I guess this is actually the data from the load method. So I'm wondering, can I just pass it the page data from the page store? And not declare any props? And move on with my life? No. Or I can pass it in like this, or maybe not. It's fine. Keep it as is. So what are we doing here? If we were just drag and dropping this into this page, it would just work with the export data like this. I guess. It's just passing in the form data. Great. All right. Kind of makes sense, actually. So in this page, set up your display name is whatever. we'll be importing the details form and passing in the form data, the data form that we're loading. So this is what we have here, and we're not streaming it upwards, I guess. And we can destructure the data from the props, which are magically given from that load method. And this has the form data that we need. And it worked. There you go. Even has a submit button. And if we had the, I guess I should do the validation stuff just to show it off. Another important thing with shadcn is that it's not like responsive by itself. So you can see that this just gets squeezed like ridiculously. You need to figure out the responsiveness. So it won't magically do it for you. Designer I used to work with was like no dots, fewer dots, remove dots. Cool. So let's go back to the schema file, and I guess the example they had was like min2. So now it doesn't shout. If you start typing, it doesn't shout, but if you exit out, maybe not. Is this how they've defined things? I thought that it would immediately show the form validation error. Did I say this? So only after you've submitted. It doesn't optimistically update, which is interesting. But this gets the proper color, like kind of focuses the user there. It's alright. Not the browser validation, which is also auto-localized, so not that great, but hey, something. And this could use more padding. Oh, this shows nothing. Interesting. So the input is required. Great. Now I do get the browser validation for this. And it looks like they're not nesting the label and the input, but the form field is doing the magic to like assign everything in there, I suppose. Which is fair enough. And this submit button, so we saw that the validation error is appearing. What else are they doing here? We're not handling the form submission, we should do it. So interesting, it was the front-end navigation, front-end validation that was failing. So here, somehow, if you type in something and you do this, then immediately it auto submits. I wonder if in their code, like how do they do that? How do they run the validation immediately? Guess they have to, because they're binding the output here. So fair enough. Also, the padding is a bit better. So I'd like to see the code for this, actually. I'm sure it's somewhere. But yeah, like before, we want an action, but it needs to be a named action because we also have the logout method here. So action is going to be update. Could be update details or something. So we have the logout method here. We want, oh, they're using fat arrow methods, which I do like. But hey. Return the fail in the form object again, or else return the form which has been validated, I guess. And this, how do I start with the default value? They're binding it like this in the form data. Oh, and they're getting a different enhance from the form here. I've read this further. Or are they using it anyway? Details form, use enhance, getting it from this, crazy. And they're binding this here, great. How does it start as something is the question. I'm sure that's like a Superform question, I suppose. So on the server, this returns like this. Let's see. They're just passing in the form schema, so we can actually pass in the user, right? From the locals. And then it should start with the username. You need to be explicit. It thinks this may be null. But there will always be something. All right, so it starts like this. Fair enough. Great. Love it. because we've added here as the first parameter. Sweet. What does the question mark do? So this is a TypeScript only thing. If the user was not defined and you were trying to access it, you'd get one of the most common JavaScript errors, runtime errors, cannot read property .name of undefined because user has not been defined. In this particular case, we know that they cannot make it to this route unless they are authenticated, and therefore unless there is a user in the locals, but TypeScript doesn't know that. And it wants to protect you from doing something that may runtime error. So you do the question mark. And the question mark is saying that if this is actually not defined, then just return null. So it's kind of doing kind of like a ternary first. Checking if locals user is something, ternary, and then actually accessing that property, or else it won't even attempt it. So this only happens when this is an object, so it won't runtime error, or else it returns null. And since it's doing a ternary, that's where the question mark comes from. It's convenience method for TypeScript to do a ternary for you and guard you against an runtime error when this may not be defined. Null or undefined. Very handy. And to make the form schema happy, which is saying that the name cannot be null, I am saying that if this is null, then go make it the empty string. And then it's happy. Then it's delighted. Cool. So if the form is invalid, so if I submit it like this, doesn't like it. And if you submit now, nothing happens. I guess you just get the form back. We could add like a toaster component saying you've updated. Loading process. Loading spinners, let's see. So it has a submitting state here, which is nice. Delete, I'll just delete. Interesting. So it has a few states. So you can show a few things like, oh, this is taking some time or something. Great. Wouldn't I be using a spinner anyway? I'd say yes, but hey. So for short loading periods, no feedback is required except to display the result. I thought it was like 300 milliseconds. So they've shown their work. They're backing what they're saying. We'll believe them. And I guess the idea is for this button to actually have an icon. If true for now, this is how it looks. No spinner, no nothing. I guess the answer is no. Does shadcn have a spinner? No, because it's just an icon, I guess. Let's have a look at the private repo. See what we have here. Surely we have something. I guess it's gonna be a DZUI thing. No spinner, no nothing. DZUI have a spinner. Kind of like this. Just do this. Right, so is this what I'm doing like here? Yes. What does stylin have? It has this SVT line. They just have spin. But what's the guy? What's the thing? Looks great. Yeah, doesn't look that great. Interesting. We now have a spinner. Doesn't look bad. Doesn't look great. So the thing is, if I change this, then the button is going to be different height, width, right? So whoa. Guess that's as big as it was before. Bigger, nicer, sure. So we can actually use the delay one to do a ternary here again. If true spinner. Oh no, it's not center line. It has Martin for some reason. What happens if I don't do this? Let it be this for now. This, of course, must be getting the class name thingy. And how are the other UI components doing this? CN, whatever this is. Sure. So bring in CN, some class name, and then the strings, and then it should be happy. Great. Great. So little form is in the center because of this. No, because there's no padding now. This is still nice. But we want it to happen according to the delete, which we can get from here. So if this is super fast, whoa, 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 whoa. Does this start as delete? What's happening? Oh, it's a store, so you need to get access to the value. All right. Here. So delete is a store. This is the value of the store. All right. So if I submit and it's not instant, then we'd get the spinner, I suppose. So let's add a delay method here for fun. Do I have a delay method? So after half a second, it starts showing. And then it responds after 2 seconds. So a second and a half. I'd say the delay mess would have been 300 milliseconds. Maybe not. And you'd get a toast saying that you did it. But what we actually want to do is update the database and update the username to whatever you had. Right? Because now it does nothing. So I think our users repo already has this functionality. So you can see here with Drizzle, I can only imagine we have an update method. Maybe not. We have an update user profile. And we need to give it the user ID and maybe the name and the avatar URL. And this can be a parcel, so if you just give it a name, it won't delete the avatar URL. Great. And we're doing the quality check, but without the row level security RLS, we are responsible to ensure that this user can only update themselves. So let's see what we're going to do here. in the server, where did I end up? In here, if we've made it this far, the form data is valid, and then I guess we can get the payload. Just have a single form, which may be fine. Login or register, use one or the other. Nice, you can return them however you want. How do you get the data? It even has file uploads. Nice. We saw these in the last 2 episodes. So I guess in the form data, that's what we have. So here, the user. So first of all, in the event, locals will be the user's repo, and we won't update the ID of the currently logged in user. Update the name with form data name. That's going to be something now. Update user profile is what we want to do. But this one also doesn't know that something else would have inserted that they cannot get to this handler. So I think we had like an error here. Let's see. Somehow you're not logged in. Something like that. So first we can define this. And then we can use this. And then I just keep the user there. Interesting. Great. So now with this, we should be updating our profile name. So if we go and press this. Why did that happen? So when I refreshed, it did update. So it does persist the database, but the moment I submit, this goes back to Johnny. Why? Interesting. So the moment I submit, this reverts back to the value that it had before. What are we doing wrong? Must be something. We're binding this. This is fair enough. We don't need to bind the form data. Maybe we do. Yeah, it just passes in the data. Interesting. There is no casting, so it's not like... Is there no casting? Yeah, we don't have any casting here. We don't have any casting, so I don't know why it reverts back whatever we had. If I refresh, it fetches that again, and it's fine. So what's that about? This data is the page data. I'm not sure. We are giving in just form here. This is what they want us to do here. Data is from the props, which is well fine, but it shouldn't affect anything. Just not very fast, I guess. That's a new thing that gets bound, so we should be fine. So yeah, unclear. I should have a look at that. But what else would we do? I will claim we've kind of done it. Wow, almost 5 hours in. Toast. But we may do another login with something if we really want to. Let me know in the chat. So I have my final sip of coffee. I hear nothing. We're gonna do login with Google. But this article library that we're using, you can see we have like tons. Login with Patreon. Login with GitLab, Figma, Discord, some classic ones with auth 0. 42 school, amazing. Had an amazing intern who became an amazing engineer soon enough. Grateful for that time in my life in general. It was amazing. Every time it's amazing. Looking with my animalist. Is this a real thing? Under development. What does PKC do different to just auth 2? So PKC stands for passkey code exchange, and essentially nowadays you'd use it to say I'm doing this server side versus client side. So especially in the older days, it used to be that to log in with Google, it would open like a different browser window, or even Supabase as well can do the login client side. And with migrating to PKCE means that you're moving that logic to the backend. I guess it would be client-side cookies only and client-side, not the server secure cookies, doing it without that. But with a code exchange, you're validating the code on the server. What do they have here? What are they saying? I guess in both cases we're doing it on the backend. I guess some providers don't use the code verifier. They don't use a code. They don't give you a code. That's what they mean here. So I guess it's just, are they giving you a code to validate back or not? Are they just logging you in? But commonly, the ones that enforce doing the auth flow on the backend are the ones that use PKC. Some provide two methods to do this. So that's why this exists. So this thing, I don't know. I don't know if I want to implement login with an list and play for a monthly plan. Rather play for Johnnify Premium. So yeah, I will do Google after all. It wasn't a big thing, but the enemy list is a bit much. Amazon Cognito is another popular one as well. Anyway, just for the bonus one, Google. We have it already. That's why I'm gonna do it kinda quickly. What do we actually need? Do we actually have anything, everything? Is this just gonna work? All I need is to press the button here. I don't know. Let's have a look. So client side, we are saying that the value here is Google. And I think even on the server side, we are accounting for the Google use case. No, we aren't. All right, so we just have this, the GitHub one. So we do have stuff to do. So this is where we need to validate which provider we have, which we can. I'll just steal the code. I guess we could be using Superforms even for this one. Maybe that's something to look into. And yeah, we can do that. Let's see. A is invalid inside the button. Where were we doing that? We'll need to find that out. Is our button component that turns into a link something that puts anchor tags inside buttons? Not great. Anyway, let's migrate this form to Superforms. I think that's what I was trying to do. So this details form thingy. Let's say we want maybe we don't actually want anything, because we don't get any data back. Doesn't really matter here. Yeah, this we won't change, but just in case, we can have a schema.ts similar to this one, and say that maybe we have provider ID, not provider. provider ID. Which is an enum. It's one of the ones that we had here. One of these. So there's the enum helper. We have the provider IDs in here. Great. And maybe can call this social login form schema because we'll have the magic link too. And that's all fine and good. But those two we want. So in here, apparently, the way we validate, it's like this. Can super validate. For this file. Need the whole event here. Potentially fail. Super validate. Get the Zod adapter. This from the event. Did I export this? Maybe not. Social login. It's not valid, return a fail. Sure. Should always be valid. And now we have a provider, I guess. We're doing the UI, we just name this provider, so it's fine. Let's name it provider. And then we have a switch case according to the provider that we're using, which I will just copy paste from here. And we assign the redirect URL accordingly. So in the GitHub case, we do whatever we were doing before. Exactly in the Google case, which is the only two cases that are possible, something a bit different. Getting the origin here. And then we redirect to the redirect URL. So these should work the same. What else are we missing? Maybe nothing. I guess we return like the form object if this fails, but it doesn't actually, like, we don't have any UI to show for it. But the front end doesn't have a way to specify an invalid client, so it should be fine. This is just for third parties, like people trying to hit this from their CLIs, for example, trying to scrape this or something, not actually using browsers. We don't care about guiding them. So we should be fine. So login with GitHub, does it still work? The answer is yes. Can sign out, can log in for free. Can we log in with Google? The answer is yes. Will it sync the accounts even? It says things with Turso SvelteKit add shadcn stack. TSESS, 3D TSESS. The problem is that even if we're using super-based acronym, would be very similar. So here we go, logged in with Google, and it looks like it's a different account. So we didn't merge the accounts because we logged in with a different email, didn't we? Fair enough. And we didn't get the user avatar either, so that's kind of interesting. There must be something I'm doing wrong there, but I'll figure it out. So if we sign out, sign in again, confirm GitHub works. Hey, we showed the fallback UI, and this still works. And we still don't know why this defaults back to that. That's fair enough. But how do we use the toaster, sonar, they call it? How to use it with a form, doesn't say. So it's saying to add this on the layout, and then when you click, you can add like anything you want to show the toast. Oh, if you hover, you see everything. Great. Yeah, I think we will leave it for next time, because I do want to look into this, the updates of this a bit further. Anything else we'd want to show today? I think this is it. It's kinda easily the description. We can have it first. Maybe not. In here. But yeah, is this better UI? Is it not? I'm not sure. But I think this is gonna be it for now. So we did do a quick login with Google. How come this worked? Before the stream, I did add the Google Client ID, Google Client secret for this. That's how. But I think that's gonna be it. I think we've managed to do quite a few things, like the green as well. We'll see about adding more involved components, and most of all, I will see about what exactly will be showing on stream number 100. Why do I have a .env.test? I don't commit .env or .env.local in version control, and since people use these repositories, I like having one where you can see what environment variables you need. So this is committed to version control, and I actually load it for tests as well. So for the tests that run mock service worker and don't hit production services, for example, they are gonna read that, oh, the database URL is gonna be the one we create locally here. So yeah, sometimes I do actually read it for tests, this one, and I find I can just commit this, and people can know, they can copy paste this into .env or .env local and just fill in with their own environment variables. Because there's nothing worse than trying to hand down the millions of environment variables that a project may have. Great question. So next time we may do a lot of the same things, but with Superbase. I'll try to schedule what the program is gonna be. Maybe my dog will be passed to me for like the end of this 5-hour stream. Maybe not. Probably not. Summer. She's just sleeping happily, I'm sure, after hard work. It's hard being a doggy. Such a cute doggy. Anyway, very soon after the stream is over, I will be pushing this to production. Yeah, Summer is never shy. She loves everybody. If you give her a look on the streets, she gets that as permission to be cute, come to you and jump on you as well. But she does get camera shy sometimes, so maybe you're onto something after all. Cool. This is gonna be it for today. Hope you had fun today. I had lots of fun for sure. Thank you for joining me and keeping me company, especially the people in the chat. I appreciate your comments, and it's how we get better and it's how we keep covering interesting things. Let me know what you'd like to cover next. I have a rough plan of what we'll be doing with Superbase as well, but I'd be trying to keep them more interesting. We'll see. We'll see what we'll do. We did a lot today, but it did take us 5 hours, so we'll see what we'll do for the Superbase marathon stream. We'll see how we'll adapt things for shadcn. We definitely know more now, so some of the shadcn things will be going faster. So I'll be trying to show maybe more useful components or have something set up from the beginning. Not sure. I'll reflect on this and come back to you all on Tuesday for stream number 100. Unbelievable. Thanks again. Have a lovely Friday evening and weekend, and I'll see you around.